if we would make it here. We went through sleepless nights, hunger, but thank God we got through that DC traffic, am I right? It is no joke, right? DMV, no joke. But we love to see this. I love to see just all these awesome, beautiful, ambitious women and widely intelligent men in our audience. So give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. This reminds me of every heterosexual dating event I've been to. Just a sea of beautiful, ambitious women and a sprinkle of men, right? But you know, thank God I'm out of the dating game, right? Because I am newly engaged and expecting. Yes, I am very winning in the metaverse. Metaverse, the game, I am winning. Real life, losing astronomically. But the metaverse, right? That's where I can go to live out my dreams. I can literally grow a child now. You guys heard of that? We can now grow babies the same way I grew my virtual husband, the same exact way. I'm excited about that. But all jokes aside, we are so excited to have you all here. We have a really, really good lineup that's coming up throughout the days of this fantastic event. We want to give a round of applause to International Women Blockchain, Black Women Blockchain Council, because they did it up, didn't they? They really did it up. We're at the MGM National Harbor. It is ritzy. It's real nice up in here. So we're about to have such a fantastic time. No caps. No caps. No caps. You know who taught me that? My niece. I know the lingo now, you know, I know the lingo, you know, and one day we were having a conversation, and all of a sudden she said, no caps. So I said, oh, all lowercase? Oh, okay, and she starts telling me I'm cringe and sus. So I told her, you don't want these hands. She said, nah. And then proceeded to tell me that I am selling. Does anybody know what that means? That's a new one. Believe it or not, that means that I was lying. I was telling falsehood. Really weird, right? But I'm not selling now when I say that this is going to be an awesome event. So glad you guys are here. The lady that put it together, she worked hard, blood, sweat, and tears to bring this together, to bring this for you guys. This is our third annual event and conference. We've had two others, of course, because of COVID, virtually, and now we are here doing it live, and we hope to see you guys next year and the years to come, the years after, right? Right? We're getting this together. You know, we know that this has been like a very male-dominated space. So we're here showing men hustle, and that we are here, we are ready, we're geared up, we are in this tech Web3 field. So with that as well, I actually came up with an organization myself called Before You Do Something Stupid. Right, before you do something stupid, it's spelled before and then you, because I got lazy of spelling, so it's not Y-U-O-U, it's just you. And then I decided, you know what, maybe people should think about things while they're spelling out, finding the website. So everything else is spelled out. Before you do something stupid.com. Okay, so that's where you can go on and find information about this new organization as well. And that within things that we're going to be doing within Web3, Metaverse, and things like that. Because this event totally made me a lot more ambitious. Seeing how Olayinka has done so much within this field already, how much she's grown, how many interviews she's taken to make sure that not only women, but women of color are also shown in this space. And she's put together with her organization a fantastic roundup of beautiful speakers, well-established. We're excited to see them. Please give a round of applause for the one and only Olayinka Odeniran.
Well, we made it, y'all. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much to Ola Fearless. She's my sister, y'all. And actually, this is the first time that she actually tried out her jokes. She wants to transition to be a comedian. I think she did a great job because she had me cracking up. So kudos to you. Oh wow, we're here, I'm on this stage, I'm at MGM. It's been a journey, as she mentioned. This has been a dream come true to have, this platform to be able to feature and showcase so many wonderful pioneers in this space, to give space to women who are building in this ecosystem. And that's something that's really important to all of us, right? We go to these conferences and oftentimes we see one female surrounded by a sea of guys, no cats, right? And really, I'm not trying to say anything bad about that, but we do know that there's a lot more women who are interested in this space. And one thing that we know about women being involved in any type of sector is that we come from the heart. We come from community. We come from wanting to build it in a way that we want others that look like us to be involved. So we're here for longevity, okay? When others are playing in the sandbox and doing whatever they can, regardless of, the rules and taking all kinds of risks, us females, we're taking the time to build the solid foundation. And so you will see throughout this entire 3 days of women who are building these foundations, who are actually coming here because they see a purpose in this space, who are actually adding value to how we're growing this ecosystem. Regardless of the FTX, regardless of the regulations, regardless of everything that's happening in the background, we're still leading the forefront and showing that this space is viable. It's not only viable for us, but it's viable to the entire global community. So with that, I want to thank y'all once again for showing up, for representing, for being here. Y'all, give a round of applause to all of y'all for being here, so thank you. We really decided to seek a location that was a good representation of where we're trying to head, what we're trying to do, right? I know a lot of these conferences out there, they choose, several different locations, have you jump in a lift or in your car and drive to different places. By the time you get to these places, it's like, okay, you're exhausted, right? So we wanted to go back to the way things are, usually done when you think about conferences like this, and have a really good location where everything is centralized. You can literally roll out of bed and come downstairs, eat some food, and get involved in listening to some of these sessions. And so it was important for me to choose an ideal location where I felt like it represented who I am as a Black woman in this space, and also give kudos to a community that has been growing in so many different ways. You guys, I know when we marketed this thing, we said it's in DC. And that's typically the way that we speak, to people who are outside of DC. Because if we try to tell you it's in Oxon Hill, you'd be like, wait, what? But really, this whole space is in Prince George's County, which is part of Maryland. And I'm fortunate enough to be able to have one of the county executive member of Prince George's County, the Chief Information Officer, be here today to be able to give a word about having such a conference here at MGM. And we're hoping, this is not the last, but one of many, to showcase the fact that within our community, there's opportunities for us to build in tech. There's opportunities for us to uplift women. There's an opportunity for us to really focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And with that, I would like to welcome Ms. Gibbons. Ms. Gibbons.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. And I am here today, actually, on the behalf of Ms. Angela Alsos Brooks, who is the county executive for Prince George's County, the first female county executive in the history of the county. And she brought in an administration with a lot more women executives throughout her administration. So even in the nation, I don't think anybody has this governance structure. I was very fortunate and proud. I live in Prince George's County. I'm actually a fourth generation native Washingtonian, so I think I'm some kind of weird creature. But I was very fortunate. I wanted to come for this administration because I was excited, young, dynamic, woman doing things. Maryland's right here in the seat of the national capital area. And also, me being a CIO, just a little bit, I am told by the industry I'm the longest serving local government CIO in the United States of America, which in itself, I'm wondering if I need to go to this metaverse and get an exam. But anyway, so I came over to Prince George's County, and so we have a lot of potential here. We're very excited in terms of the innovation and whatnot that we're kind of doing now in Prince George's County, and also very proud because I was able to take from Virginia, where I was before, to be the #1 digital county in the United States of America 2 years in a row. And so Prince George's County, we're in. I'm very excited about the opportunity to welcome the International Women of Blockchain. I am sad to say I hadn't heard of the organization. I'd heard of blockchain before, and so always kind of thinking about the possibilities and the application of blockchain in government, to which there are actually very many. Now, what's also interesting and crossed my mind as I was standing in the speaker, I said, we're in a place where blockchain probably should be, very essential to the industry that the MGM is in. So, I feel like I want to interrogate somebody, but that's okay. I'm just happy to be here today. So, some of the things with government, of course, probably typically known to be a little bit slower adopters, than say, commercial enterprises. But with that said, there's so many different applications because what we do as a government in the everyday lives of people. And so kind of look into how we can make government more efficient, more transparent, more secure, do things in a way that is more innovative, that speaks to what our constituents who are the generations kind of coming and whatnot. And I recall even talking, in another place about having focus groups and whatever, inviting, people in and whatever. And I'm saying, well, you've gone to the high schools and, asked some people some questions, and some people were looking at me and I'm like, well, these are your taxpayers in 4 years. So we're planning for the future. So gotta talk to the youth as well as basically us that are kind of up there, in the further out generations, because, we need technologies and things like that so we can have more, lives at home, and be able to do much more on our own in terms of the seniors population. So there's so much excitement about this. And I was sitting at a table earlier with some folks and I was just fascinated. So everybody that's in this interview, this is super smart people with all kinds of really cool ideas. That's what you do. And so I am very excited. But, just to get into some of the things that, I think the government could possibly do. For example, of course, identity management. Of course, that's essential for everybody. And so credentials and whatever, because a lot of the things that the government does, we're collecting people's information, and we need to be more agile in basically kind of validating and making the services happen and make sure that it's free from, fraud and all these kinds of things. That's what the public expects of us, the government. Also, things like transparency, and I talked about that. Archiving and the source of truth. Okay, so there's so much information out there all over the place, and it's very difficult for people to figure out what is the truth and what's not the truth, and a lot of confusion could be caused. So that's a good, in my use case for me for I think of it for blockchain. Of course, voting, voter registration, all these kinds of things that people do every year. That's a good use case for blockchain. For permitting process, so in government, and so if anybody has ever been a developer, start a business, build a shopping center, build a development or whatnot, these governmental processes are usually pretty, inefficient, if you will, and consume a lot of time, and investors are out there, they want their projects done, they want to get in so they can start making money or whatever. So that whole entire kind of process, which is highly regulated, okay, blockchain technology can help make that a better experience, for the community and for people that we would love to come and invest in Prince George's County, for example. It's very competitive here. Right across that bridge is another state, right down the river is Washington, D.C. District of Columbia government. And so our populations on a daily basis are transversing. There's a beltway here, so everybody is everywhere. They live, work, and play all over the place. So, we Prince George's County here, we actually doing a lot of things. We're home of, NASA is here. Air Force One is here. So there's a lot of things that are here right here in Prince George's County that we have an opportunity to partner with government, with NASA that's doing some really cool things. Even during COVID, NASA was doing some things that I didn't even realize it was not aeronautical space of it, because they're like looking at technology so people can go in space. These have applications for local government used just on everyday people lives kinds of things. So land ownership, and also procurement. Okay, so this is one of the things, mundane, thing, but for those of you who are small businesses or whatever, and doing business with the government, you'd like to have efficient transactions, you want to get your money. Okay, so we're looking at overhauling, procurement in a way that's just like as if you're I'll just say that the Amazon experience, okay? People are used to is they get something, goes in the cart, it's approved, their money is good, gets goods, and all that is done. So we're looking at government in that same kind of way. So here, again, the blockchain kinds of technologies would be kind of really essential to that kind of working in the way that people expect and how they live in their everyday lives. So, okay, she doesn't come over yet, so I still have a minute. Oh, here she comes. Okay, and obviously, we are really very serious about cybersecurity, okay? Obviously, expectation is. So if you think about a government, we're just not one thing. There are agencies that have different business models, they have different needs. We have to let some of them out further into the internet. So you have your administrative stuff, that's what people think about, but public safety, think about that. Law enforcement, first responders, et cetera, and how much technology that they use and how this kind of technology can help them do faster in terms of maybe getting ahead of crimes, of course, very quick and appropriate response to somebody that needs safety and help and whatnot. Okay, so that's a whole body of types of agencies and business processes and regulations, everything else, because of course we have to make sure with any technology we do, the regulations are baked in there. So it's kind of a little bit even more challenging, if you will, and then make it known to lawmakers, hey, the law from yesteryear does not apply today in terms of how people live, the technology is out there, et cetera, et cetera. So in addition to having the fun with the technology, my job is, okay, well, wait a minute, we've got to get this changed so we can actually apply the technology appropriately that you guys are creating out there, and we're so looking forward to it. And so with that said, I am very interested and excited about the opportunity when I see all these beautiful, smart women in the room. And so, sir, that's okay. Men too, okay, invest. Okay, so to see all these applications and kind of help think through, hey, what are some of the applications for this technology in government space as I am pushing forward in terms of innovation, open information, open data, and all these kinds of things that people expect of the government. So with that said, here again, welcome to Prince George's County, Maryland. We are here, we are very proud, and we welcome the International Women of Blockchain and cryptocurrencies and all the potentials that brings. And so feel free to contact us at Prince George's County as you want to brainstorm some ideas, and I can kind of bake into my innovation strategies on the behalf of the county, and as well as share with my friends out there, because one of my other roles is I'm the chair of the CIO's Committee for the National Capital Region, been that for the last 22, 23 years. And so all of us talk, so that's across Northern Virginia counties, cities, the District of Columbia, and then the Maryland suburbs. And so we're talking all the time, comparing notes and what are you doing, so we can also be more agile. And sometimes we need to partner, because here again, our constituencies, they cross borders all day long in terms of live, work, and play. So I'm very proud to be Prince George's County, working on behalf of Miss Angela Alsos Brooks, and the state of Maryland, our great new governor, Wes Moore, and we just look forward to what you're going to bring to the table, and you can stick your investment footprints right here. Okay, thank you very much, and welcome. Hope you have a great conference.
We have Miss Sterling and you coming up, and then after that we're going to have, and she's coming up with the crypto wealth journey, and then we are going to have our fantastic panelist speakers coming up. So without further ado, please welcome Miss Sterling and you.
Good morning. What a energized crowd to open up this conversation, and I am so grateful to be a part of the International Women of Blockchain Conference. Thank you to Olenka and the team with the Black Women Blockchain Council. Amazing group. We met a while ago, and I told her then, and I'm telling her now again, I am so much in awe and so impressed with the amount of collaboration, the amount of energy, the pioneering and entrepreneurship that is happening across this space, and by some incredibly intelligent and powerful women. So honored to be here speaking with all of you and being engaged in this community, because I really do think the community aspect of the women coming together in this space is fantastic. It's how we're going to learn together, it's how we're going to bring forward new innovation, it's how we're going to bring forward adoption. And I think that is one of the key things that we're seeing today as we move from Web 2.0 into Web 3. It is here today. It is something that people are learning about, and it is something that people are excited to be a part of. And the cross-industry applications, the use cases, the potential for startups, for entrepreneurs, for enterprises all across this space coming together is what is going to bring forward the dynamics and the change and adoption that we are all looking forward to and excited, where we can own more of this digital world and not just read or write and have that interaction that we have in Web 2.0. Fidelity is where my expertise has been coming from in this space, and where my experience has really driven how I've come to know about Bitcoin, the blockchain, and how we've been working in innovation, because we actually at Fidelity have a very long history of innovation, and we continue to research and develop and build upon that education, because it helps us through market volatility. It helps us through industry disruption, regulatory changes, or consumer shifting preferences and demand, because we focus on our clients and our customer as our foremost priority. And we want to build the capabilities and the services and the products that meet their needs across their different life stages, across their different risk preferences. And as a part of that, I've had the opportunity to jump into emerging spaces, areas like the blockchain technology. So my introduction to Bitcoin really came when I was in Fidelity Labs back in 2014. And that's when Fidelity also started really looking into this from a research and development perspective. And I remember I was a product leader in our Fidelity Labs group, and they said, Sterling, how much do you know about Bitcoin? And I said, I don't really know much about Bitcoin. So Bitcoin came to me, and they said, great, here's a book, and it was Bitcoin for the Befuddled. And they said, let's start learning and getting educated and see what you can do from a charitable perspective. And so through that learning journey, which continues so much today and will continue to be a part of how we can all grow and learn in this space, I think that learning aspect and that education is critical. But that's when I started my learning journey, and that's when I was able to bring forward Bitcoin contributions for Fidelity Charitable, our donor-advised fund. At the same time, my colleagues were doing their research and development with their asks, and we started learning about the technology, how it works. And pretty soon after, in 2018, Fidelity brought forward Fidelity Digital Assets, and that's our custody and institutional business for trading and holding on to digital assets, because we found there was a real need and a demand and interest from our clients to hold that Bitcoin securely for them. And so that business has continued to grow and evolve, and my experience then moved from Fidelity Labs as a product leader into cybersecurity, and then soon into becoming an information security officer for our digital assets business, Fidelity Digital Assets. And that's where I understood the controls, dove deeper into some of this regulatory understanding in this space and how it's evolving. And I think those are critical as you look at this space to watch, monitor, understand, educate, and be a part of that dialogue on how do we bring these things forward in a responsible way. That was an incredible experience, and I learned so much from it, and I think it's made me a better creator or builder, as so many of you are today, when you think about that holistic perspective. And then Fidelity continues its research and development, and I continue on my career journey and path, and it brought me back to where I am today as a product leader in our workplace business. And here, last year, I had the opportunity to bring forward more access, more choice for our clients based on the client interest, demand, and requests to have exposure to digital assets in their retirement plans. So I brought forward Bitcoin and 401k plans, part of the core lineup, which was really showing that you can bring forward access and choice, but do so in a responsible way. And so we continue to evolve on our journey, and I continue to look with our team on how we can leverage the technology, because what I think is fascinating and the heart of the opportunity is blockchain from the technology perspective. Understanding the capabilities, the use cases, and how this technology can bring forward the transparency or translucency, as I learned from Genevieve last night, was a better way of bringing it forward. You know, how we can bring these connections, how we can leverage the network effects, and how we can actually bring forward, if it's a efficiency in the use case of the business, or if it is bringing forward some tracking in a way that is more available to a broader subset of communities, and when it is connecting people who don't have that other relationship. So that's where I feel the opportunity is, and we're certainly not alone in looking at the potential and the use cases today, because block data, for example, had a report, and it had an incredible display of who is using and looking at the blockchain and the different kinds of blockchain, because as you all know, there's a variety of blockchains out there based on the use cases of what you need. And 77 out of the top 100 public companies were listed on there having an example of a use case of exploring blockchain technology. And we're going to continue to see that happen. And we started to see that really pick up from an enterprise perspective back in, I guess, 2017. And then it kind of started fizzling, and people were saying, well, why is that adoption not happening? Well, people understand that there's a reason why blockchain could be helpful, but they need a little bit more to make that come to reality. And that is that interoperability between the legacy and existing infrastructure and the emerging technology that we have today. Where I feel that is changing is because so many people, like many of you, are working in this space and bringing forward ways to create that interoperability, or ways to bring forward the technology and the use cases in a way that we can use quickly and not spend millions of dollars trying to start from scratch each time. So the more we have this connection and the build and the creation between legacy and existing infrastructures and our blockchain, we can bring forward that adoption. So what we're seeing, and some of the things that I've been sharing, is for more adoption to happen, you have to have that falling in love with the problem, not the solution. You hear that a lot if you're in product. And that is because so often people say, oh, it's blockchain. I just want to use blockchain because it's blockchain. And what we have to remind people is that what is that problem you're trying to solve? Does it fit with your strategic priorities? Does your leadership and your team understand it? Do you have that education and that foundation there for people to say, yes, this is actually leveraging the value of the technology of blockchain and not just using it because it's blockchain? And then that third piece, interoperability, where so many new companies are coming forward. Kaleido is one example of a company who has built Hyperledger Firefly as one way to bridge and see what's happening off-chain, on-chain data, and to have that connection in the different tech stack layers. Those things are becoming available to the enterprise so that people can quickly adopt and fall in love with the problem and bring forward this technology in a seamless way where they can still own and manage data securely, right? We can't get away from those founding principles of we need to think about how are we doing this securely? Is there bringing it that cost effectiveness? Are we working within the regulatory parameters that exist today? Those things don't change, but we can do so more now because there are tools and there are services and the expertise from everyone is growing. But we need to pair that closely with education. And that's education for our developers, for our project managers, for the product, for our leadership, and for our end users, our client, our customers, so that they don't fear the technology, but they understand the technology, and they can see how they can use it. So as we bring forward more adoption, and as we look at what this space is able to do, we start to see that the dynamics and the shifts between, okay, there's digital assets and cryptocurrency, and that is something that we can invest into. Oh no, there's a lot more out there. Digital assets is this broader umbrella, but we have non-fungible tokens, these unique identifiers that don't have to just be used for collectibles and art, and they do a very nice job of doing that, but they can also be used as unique identifiers. So what I'm super excited about is seeing how people start peeling back the layers, moving beyond the 101 of what is cryptocurrency and blockchain, and moving into the space of, oh, I can use a unique identifier for X, and then I can exchange value and bring that translucency across to different players so that they can have more efficient value exchanges and more access to their business needs or to the problems that they are trying to solve. And so I'm really excited, and thank you again to this incredible group for bringing together so many powerful minds and people in a community, which I have to say, being here in just my day or two, I've been greeted with hugs, I've been greeted with cheers. The warmth and the community around the women in blockchain technology is incredible, and we will learn together. We will build, we will be the pioneers and creators together, and we will bring forward that adoption to meet the needs of our clients and our customers. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to having more conversation with all of you while we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. That was fantastic. We are now bringing our panel up. We have Ms., and then I apologize if I kind of butcher your name here. We'll get you guys back up. We have Monica Talon, Sabrina Bonini, Ancilla Ramsey, and we have Zarina as our moderator, who are here to talk about crypto wealth creation journey.
Right, good morning everybody and welcome. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves so far. So my name is Serena Morris, as I was kindly introduced already. I'm a student at Marymount University studying a master's in IT. And so I'm very excited to be here. I was previously working in financial services, so as we all know, very heavily male dominated, and I'm glad to see so many women come together and continuing our journey together. So today we've got these beautiful women here today, and we're going to be discussing building wealth in using crypto. And so we're going to begin by asking each one of you how your journey began. And so can we start with you today?
Buenos dias, good morning. We were going to do this in Spanish because we all three speak Spanish, but we realized we don't have an interpreter, so we'll do it in English. My name is Monica Talan. I have a website called Crypto Conexión to help Spanish speakers navigate their journey in Web3. And I think like many people, my journey in crypto started during the pandemic. I was home, I finished watching Netflix, and I decided that I needed to do something more productive and started to study. I wasn't an active investor, so I started to look at different ways to invest the money that I wasn't spending on Starbucks into the market. And one of the recommendations somebody gave me was Bitcoin. At that point, I thought Bitcoin was the only cryptocurrency out there. I went in, at that point, there were 9,000 coins. I think now there's like 20,000 cryptocurrencies. And at that point, I was leading comms for AT&T Latin America and decided to look at what was available in Spanish, and there was very little content. It was either very industry-focused or very focused on news-breaking stories or a lot of scams. So decided, after thinking, who do I pitch that they should create content in Spanish, decided to create a website. So that's how my journey started, and it's been incredible. We launched October 31st, 2021, and have been working with Latin America for that time, and it's been incredible.
That's absolutely brilliant. And
good morning, everyone. My name is Ansela Ramsey. I am affectionately called Crypto Auntie because in this space, as you know, there are many young men, and I'm often the only woman, especially the only mature woman in the space. So they started calling me Crypto Auntie, and I embraced it. You know, it is what it is. So I started in crypto after being in corporate for 9 years and absolutely hating it. I started my own natural hair business, and I did that for 17 glorious years. I loved it. I had the chance to travel the world teaching, but still felt a little bit trapped because I wanted to do something different. I knew I wasn't going back to corporate. I didn't want to go back to school, so I had to figure something out. But before I did that, my body said, okay, you need to do something now. I had a full-blown panic attack, styling a client's hair, and that was my wake-up call. I said, no, this chapter is closed. It's time to move on. So I took a trip to Ghana, and I closed my salon. I said, when I come back, I'll figure it out. I don't know if that was bold or crazy, but that's what I did. Came back and said, hey, you have no income. What's the plan? So all I really wanted was to find a way to finance my freedom. I wanted to enjoy my life. Of course, I have to take care of myself, but I didn't want to be locked into the tight schedule I had as a salon owner. And looking for that financial freedom ultimately led me to cryptocurrency. The more I understood, the more I said, I have to tell people about this. No one's paying attention, and this is big and it's important. So sharing what I learned, I started having small groups in an office right here in Prince George's County. And we had like 5 or 6 women, and we're just figuring it out as we went along. And then started to see profits. I was like, I really need to tell people about this. And ultimately, now I do a group coaching program. I focus on helping women over 40 understand crypto, because I know what it was like when I came in, people talking over your head. If you ask a question, they act like you're an idiot. And I wanted women to have a safe space to come in and say, hey, girl, tell me about this. So that's what I do. I also have an online course that's available to anyone, very simple, to make sure they're starting in crypto the right way, not just throwing money at stuff without protecting their information or securing their assets. So all I do is make sure they are in this simply, safely, and securely.
perfect. And Sabrina?
Yeah, please. Well, hello, hola, everyone. It's funny that, I have like a similar journey with both of you. I get a bit of both. So I'm Sabrina Bonini. I come all the way from Barcelona, from Spain. Long trip, sorry for my jet lag, my face. I arrived last night. And yeah, so I'm a founder and an entrepreneur. I'm also a writer and an educator. And I have a company called Crypto es Cultura, which is Crypto is Culture, which started, yeah, similar to Monica. When I entered the space in late 2020, I entered for, because of crypto, right? So my husband and a friend of ours taught me what Bitcoin was, what Ethereum was. We made a wallet. They taught me about the exchanges. And then, yeah, so I started seeing like some profit, and I'm like, oh, what is this? This is incredible, right? But then I started learning the behind of it. Like, I'm sure this is not just crypto and coins and money. And that's when I discovered, blockchain and DeFi and DAOs and NFTs and all these, the metaverse and all these incredible things. And when I discovered NFTs, I have a background in advertising, in audiovisual production, and in art and music and all sorts of different art. So I'm an artist as well. And when I learned about NFTs, I thought, wow, this is going to change everything for artists. So because I couldn't find anything in Spanish again, I started my own, blog and my own social media where I was teaching and, like showing in Spanish what the NFT world was and blockchain, etc. So that's where I started, and I started helping basically mainly artists and female artists because, yeah, I realized that, they could just take the middleman out of the equation and suddenly, get their own wealth for their art and reach their audiences wherever they are. And no matter if they're in the middle, of Brazil with no connection, they just need, a phone and upload their art, and then someone in Japan can buy their art directly. So yeah, that blew my mind, and I started with that. And now it's been evolving to also work with brands and with companies to understand Web3 and to get involved, because I think if we get to brands and to companies, we're going to make this go to the masses, because that's where people go and see everything and use everything. But I want to do it in a valuable way, not just because it's hype or because they want to get money. I think the interesting thing about Web3 is that you can now connect with the audience in a different way, in a more personalized and in a more valuable way for both sides. Yeah. So that's where I'm at the moment.
Oh, brilliant. Can I just ask everyone to give these guys a round of applause? We're not finished yet, but just hearing their story. So we obviously all share a common interest in education. And so what do you think we've learned to be able to sort of help others begin their journey?
Yeah, I think the first thing, and I think we see it here, I have found that Web3 is a very generous space where people really help each other. We're already talking about ways to collaborate. And so I think that's one thing. But what I found, for Latin America, my focus is US, Hispanics, but also Latin America, is that we can't take for granted that the different needs in different parts of the world are different, right? So we're seeing that in Argentina and in Venezuela, people are using crypto because of hyperinflation. We're seeing that in Colombia and Mexico, you're seeing an increased use of cryptocurrencies for remittances. You're seeing that in Brazil, it's going to drive a lot of innovation because of recent regulation. And so you need to understand those nuances, because many times they also connect with the US, and as we're seeing a lack of clarity in the US. With policy, we're seeing a very different adoption and usage in the region. And so how do you connect to those users? How do you learn? And then how do you connect communities? We launched an initiative, which Sabrina is a part of, called WAGMI Latam, and it's an initiative to onboard 5 million Latinas to Web3 by 2030. And what we have found is that there's different communities in each country trying to educate women. So in Mexico City, there's a group called Metagals, they do drinks and learn crypto. And so we work with them to provide content. In Peru, there's a very active community called Crypto Curiosas, where they do also real life events, but there are more workshops, so we work with them. So finding the ways not only to connect with them, but then bring them together. We're now bringing them to workshops where they can connect virtually and share best practices. So those are some of the things we've learned. And also there's a lot of enthusiasm, and I think sometimes people underestimate the innovation and the power of Latinas and women in general, and it's helping empower them with information so that they can bring that forward.
I think that's brilliant, bring everyone together. That's absolutely fantastic.
I think two things are important. One, representation matters. It's very difficult to feel like you want to dive into something that's going to really demand a lot of your time and attention when no one looks like you. People need to feel that they belong there. And the second thing for educators is to meet people where they are. Whatever community you're servicing, you have to be able to relay the information in a way that they can relate to it, they can grasp, and they can implement. So it's, everyone's not going to learn the same way. So you have to be very tuned into who you're sharing the information with.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you both. And I think, what I found super interesting is that when I teach and when I let people know what is behind, what we see in the news and all of this, it's not just coins and Bitcoin and stuff. They're all like very excited about it, and they want to learn more, and and like they suddenly see a whole new world for whatever their business is or industry or or art or whatever they're doing. They find new ways to do things that they couldn't see before or they couldn't do before. So yeah, I think meeting people where they are, keep showing that there's way more behind crypto than just the coins, which is a great part, and for some countries this is very, very, very good and very useful. But there's a lot more that you can do with blockchain, and it's like NFTs and ID and personal data, all of this. So I think that's very important. Something is on the flip side, to say something a bit not so good. I learned that the user experience is still very, very far from where we should be. So that takes a lot of people away. So like they just start and they're excited, but then it's like, but I have to have like a seed phrase. What is this? And then so many wallets and these numbers, and what if I lose it and my money's gone. So they just don't like that. And I think that's something that we have to work in, and to make it more user-friendly, and still give the benefits, of the technology, but without all these crazy things that, some people might be okay with doing all that, but most of the people honestly don't want to deal with all these things.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing, it's not just the user experience. I don't know if you guys find this. I always say I speak English, Spanish, and crypto. We go into this crypto language and people are like, what are you talking about? I just talked to somebody who said they went to a talk about the metaverse, and afterwards everybody said, I have no idea what was just said. Were they speaking Japanese? And so I think we have to keep in mind that we can't go into these language that nobody really understands. I don't know if you have that challenge.
Absolutely. That's why I'm very intentional about breaking it down into terms to understand. I rarely use cryptoese, and I try to illustrate it in something they can relate to.
Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Do you guys find that at first, people are a bit skeptical, given cryptocurrency is not it's an intangible asset, right? So do you think people are a bit, a bit standoffish when you first sort of try to explain the concept? Would you say so?
What I have found is one thing, either people think they're going to get rich in a week,
Yeah.
or it's the experience, right? I had a friend where I was helping her with an NFT, and she gave up. She's like, this is just too hard. I don't have time to be opening a wallet, putting down she's like, no. And she walked away, and it was a great NFT. I was like, really?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Shame.
Yeah, I think too with the media and the FUD that's fear, uncertainty, and doubt that they put out is making people be kind of, standoffish and hesitant, because people work hard for their money. They don't want to just throw it away. But getting them to sit down and understand is challenging. But when you get the people who see it and get it, they're just like, let's do it. So sometimes it's just, sifting through to get to the person that's ready right now.
Yeah, because, from my point of view, initially I was a little bit standoffish because I worked in regulations in financial services. So obviously these things are not, we're working on that. And so for myself, but when people explained it to me, I was excited about it.
Yeah, same. Like actually learned about it at the beginning of 2020, but I was very like skeptical, and I was like, no, but this is for all the billions in the world that use the dark web and have Bitcoin and pay things, really.
Yeah.
that was me, pre 2020. But then, a very dear friend of mine plus my husband, they sat me down and said, no, but look at this and this and this.
Yeah.
And then I started learning what it was behind, because they just stayed on the finance side, but I learned about all the rest, and I was like, oh wait, this is something else. This is not what I have heard. Like no one told me this. The news are not talking about this. What's happening? So the moment I understood, that changed my mind. And this happens the same when I teach. Like artists is the same. Some of them are like, wow, what is this? This is crazy. And they get full on. And some are like, oh, but this is too much. Like, why do I have to do all this? I just want to upload my art and forget about it. Right? So yeah, I think it's still, we're still on that point as you asked before. But I think the way to change that is to keep educating, to keep doing these kind of things, so that people, once they see that there's a lot more, then they're gonna be, hey, yeah, this is good for everyone.
Yeah, which is where you guys come in, right? So, Angela, can I ask, so based on your work across 8 countries and with women over 40, how are different countries and demographics building wealth with crypto?
You've kind of mentioned a little bit about the different countries. What I find is most of my network that's in Europe or in the US or Canada, they are just about the long-term investment. Whereas many of my community are in West Africa, and they're also investing and doing some trading, but they're also using their crypto to conduct business. And one thing about my niche market, my women over 40, most of them are at least in one of 5 interesting situations. They're still raising their children or grandchildren. They are putting someone through college. They are preparing for retirement. Oftentimes, they've ended a long-term relationship or lost a mate. And bonus, they're taking care of their parents. So they're in a very unique financial situation. So they're looking for those options, both long and short term. So although it varies, place to place, but most people do see, I think, as a long-term option that crypto is definitely going to pay off.
Yeah, right. No, thank you for that. And Monica, you're focused on Latin America, so what are you seeing in that side of the world at the moment?
Yeah, and as I mentioned a little bit of it, but look, we're seeing, and I'll talk about Argentina because I think it's fascinating. Argentina has hyperinflation. People are really going into Bitcoin and stable coins. And one of the things that I'm seeing is people actually leaving jobs where they're getting paid in their local currency to get paid in crypto, because they see more stability and usage for that. And you're seeing companies and businesses now accepting crypto in Argentina more than others, right? And then in Mexico, you're seeing, like I mentioned a little bit about remittances. I think Bitso, which is one of the largest exchanges in Mexico, had $1 billion in remittances in the first 6 months of last year. And they expect it to continue to grow. And that's for 3 reasons. You see immediate access, right? I recently sent $100 to somebody in Argentina, and the platform held the money for 21 days. Yet with crypto, you have it, right, in 5 seconds, lower fees, and then the safety. You don't have to go to a location to give the money, to send it, and then go pick it up. So people are seeing these benefits and starting to adapt it. So those are some of the things we're seeing.
That's actually brilliant. And Sabrina, so you've got your efforts in Spain at the moment, so with the focus on brands and creators you mentioned. So working with them, how are you working with them to sort of begin their Web3 and crypto journey?
Yeah, so first thing is education, because they're curious. There's a lot of curiosity on it, and every day more, but they're scared to get in, no? And try things, because you have to try and put money, and then you don't know if you're gonna get it back, etc. So it's difficult. Sometimes the bigger brands have this money to innovate, no, and try new things, but the other ones are just waiting to see what's happening with this. So in terms of the artists, for example, it's easier because it's just they see that suddenly they can cut off the intermediaries, which is something that in the art world it's been a big problem because they get most of the cake. The artists do the art and all the work, and then the rest get the money for it, which is crazy. And suddenly with NFTs, for example, they can get to their consumers and their fans directly. And in terms of brands, what I see most is they're trying to just do experiences, try it, and see, you know, hey, this is a new way to get to the customers. Suddenly we're changing from a unidirectional relationship to a bidirectional and more experiential. So suddenly they have new mediums that I can use and try new things, you know, to connect with their audience and actually create fans and give them value. So this is very interesting, but it is, it's slow. At least in Europe, it's quite slow. There's a lot of interest, but we need to keep showing, you know, what they can do. And I think that if they see examples, then they say, oh, okay, the Nike is doing this, and, you know, and all these big brands are already doing this. So then, you know, hey, let's try it.
So they're having a bit more faith when they're sort of...
Exactly.
Right, exactly, right. So, so how do you think we should get more women into this space? So how would you guys suggest that we have more women join the Web3 space and invest in crypto? I know you guys are working on that already, but if we could elaborate a bit more.
I just finished a blockchain course not even 2 weeks ago, and it's an amazing course. It was free. It was presented by Unit Masters, which is an amazing project. If anyone wants information, I'm happy to share it because they'll start a new course every 6 weeks. But the reason I enjoyed the course so much is because I understood cryptocurrency already. Because I've been just strictly crypto since 2017. And just now I'm like, okay, I need to get more big picture. And the blockchain course was amazing. And they're offering it to new people, but it's not a new person course. I personally think crypto is a great on-ramp to understanding blockchain and Web3 because they're all interconnected. So if you understand what's going to fund this whole movement, then you can say, okay, well, the crypto plays this part in Web3 and this part in blockchain, and now I see how this works. So personally, I'm going to keep putting women in touch with content and clarity so that they can say, all right, I get crypto, what next? And then I can move them on into other options. And after my blockchain course, one of the things I really want to focus on is helping female entrepreneurs help them build in Web3, because now that I get it, I'm like, oh yeah, this is major. So that's where I'm headed right now.
Brilliant, yeah.
So I think you talked about representation is important. So for example, one of the things we did this month is we published a list of 50 Latinas building in Web3 because we thought it was really important for people to see, number one, there's a lot of innovation happening with Latinas in the US and Latin America. There's a lot of great projects. And we're not getting that visibility, but that can also inspire women. And then also highlight fun projects. There's this woman in Argentina who has a agency to help people understand Web3 so that she works with brands, but she did something really fun. So her son gave her his first drawing for her birthday. The first thing she did, she created an NFT. And she said, it's not to sell it, right? It's to have that, because I know I'm gonna lose it at some point in one of my moves. And I said, what a great example. So we did a video with her showing how she did it, why she did it. And I think those type of examples of things we don't think about, right? There's another woman I met who is uploading a drawing a day from her son, sells them for $5, which will be the money for him to go to college. And the grandparents and aunts and everybody in the family is buying these drawings, but she has a goal of having 333, right? So I think showing those examples, showing the ease of use, because it's still hard, provides that opportunity for women to really connect. And then, like I mentioned, the initiative for WAGMI Latam. And I think connecting women, right? I met Sabrina on Twitter and immediately reached out. I'm a little bit of a Twitter stalker and said, hey, we should connect, we should work together, and has been an incredible champion for women who speak Spanish, who want to be in the space, so we support each other. So finding those opportunities too.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, so for me, what made a difference is to see other women doing things in the space. Because when I started, so yeah, I come from the audiovisual, you know, I was a producer, I was doing a completely different job. And I wanted to work in Web3 and in blockchain, but I was like, but my skills have nothing to do, you know, I'm not a technical person. I have nothing to do with this world. So I was unsure until I started seeing the most important thing for me from this industry is that there's people from all different backgrounds, all different industries, and a lot of women doing amazing work. And so when I started seeing that, I realized, hey, no, I have something to give as well. So I can actually build myself, and I can help others jump and build, and more women. So I think the important thing is to keep doing this kind of, for example, events like this to, you know, make visible the work that we are doing. Workshops, you know, blogs. I also, I'm a writing contributor to BFF, which is an NFT community that also wants to push women and non-binary people to get into the space. So all of these things so that women can learn and learn more about it. See these examples of other women doing amazing things. I think that is a big step, because once they see other people, they'll say, hey, no, I can actually do that as well.
Yeah, I think that's great. Thank you, guys. I think we're going to wrap up, if that's all right. But everyone, can we give these wonderful women a round of applause? So, no, thank you, guys, for sharing your stories. Honestly, thank you. Your journeys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Something we had talked about. So
yeah, I mean, thank you so much for having us here. It's like super exciting to be in a space with all the women of blockchain and of Web3 and the metaverse even. I heard many different things. Thank you so much for inviting us.
yes, thank you. And we're going to actually take you through a journey of our, talking, and then we are actually giving you time also for questions. So please start thinking about them. So
yeah, I guess I can start. Yeah. So well, thank you so much again. So my name is Anke Lu. I lead ecosystem programs at the Stellar Development Foundation, or SDF for short. So I'll be saying that a lot. SDF is a non-stock, non-profit organization leading the development and growth of the open source Stellar network. And if anyone's familiar, Stellar it's a layer 1 blockchain network, and we focus really on payments and asset issuance, specifically designed for that. And so SDF has also, we're a very mission-driven company, organization, and our mission actually is equitable access to the global financial system, so similar as the title of this talk. I thought it was a coincidence, and then Geneviève actually put it on purpose, so. But yeah, it's exciting to see, like we really focused on unlocking the world's economic potential by making markets more open, money more fluid, and people more empowered. So yeah, happy to dive into.
yeah, and I'm Geneviève Lavelle, and I'm the CEO of AgriLedger, and I'm also a board member for, I'm taking that dive into the metaverse. So I'm working with Gnocchi, being part of their board and also their advisory. And really, this is about how do you create a metaverse which celebrates diversity, opportunities for everyone, and then creating that new financial. So if we think about it, for me, I do believe Zoom is a form of metaverse, but it's not very easy for everyone to be able to show what, like, did I say this? And can I prove that I said this? And what is coming from there? And this is where I believe blockchain is important. So what I have done is working with smallholder farmers. We did the first project in Haiti with the World Bank and the Haiti government. And this was about getting the farmers good from the mountains all the way to the shells in New York. When we look at those kind of things, usually the person who did the most work is the one who's getting the least paid. So if we can actually start being able to provide evidence of who's done what, we can then make sure that there's more of an equitable distribution of that wealth back to them. And it's important in one way to be able to do that, but I can't be the only person doing that. And this is why I'm so excited to be here, to be looking at how do we support many more women coming in, because at the end of the day, it's not about the technology. It's about the processes. Can you understand the processes? Can you understand what's in it for everyone who's participating, and how do you incentivize them?
Yeah, it's very great to know. I think we go back a bit as well. Like Jean-Pierre and I know each other since 2021.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm a big mouth. I actually was at the embassy of Haiti, and it was a great conference that had been put by Cleve Messidor, and she had everybody who's who participating. And one of the speakers was Danelle, who is this amazing woman who is the head of Stellar Foundation. And I put my hand up and I said, Danelle, you just talked about doing something for communities. How about you and I go half and half in supporting Haiti? So actually my story with Stellar starts from my beginning of understanding blockchain. I got to go to South Africa my first week working for Identrust, which is an identity management. And I walk in and the CEO at the time, which was Jed, was there. So I really learned throughout the summer what they were trying to do at Stellar. And lo and behold, 6 years later, I see an opportunity, because me building a blockchain for the farmers in Haiti is not enough. I need people on the ground to understand and to create additional services around that. And I can't have them do that if they don't understand. And both of us also see this is a bit beyond crypto. It is about what are the challenges that you're trying to fix for people, and what are the opportunity to create an income. Because a bank account to me is not financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is being able to make money, and then we can talk about where you put the money.
Yeah, I guess that's where our next question really comes in. So the title of the talk is Equitable Access to the Global Financial System, but what do we actually mean by that? What does that mean, and why is it important? So it's our, SDF, we've been around since 2015. We're very mission driven, as I mentioned, towards this mission. And for us, it's really it's access to financial services like that traditional systems offer, and the lack of it, merely. And so basically, let me have to get my notes because I'm losing my mind here. It's we, as a whole, we live in a digital economy, right? But not everyone has access to it, and I think so kind of to hone this down on some stats, 1.2 billion people in the world don't have access to a bank account. 1 out of 4 women don't have access to banks. And according to the International Labor Organization, 2 billion people work in the informal sector, and many of these, like it's around 60% of the world's workforce, actually are based in the cash economy. And so cash, people say, yeah, cash is king, but cash has actually, it's not as a good storage of value. So, cash, if you hold it, someone can steal it, you can literally lose it, you can become a target if you carry a lot of cash, right? It also has limited capabilities in spending. So when you carry cash, it doesn't, you cannot, if you work in a cash economy, you cannot build your credit score, you cannot earn yield or dividends on it, you have a lack of access to some of the traditional financial services that other people do have. And so, this means that cash alone does not create equitable access to the global financial system. So what can we do? So we are working in Web3, we work in blockchain, we really work on the edge of innovation. We have the access to common infrastructure to actually make fast and cheap payments work now on blockchain. And so this is actually something we've been very focused on at the Stellar Development Foundation. We have, and one of the use cases of this is MoneyGram Access, that we call. It's a program that powered by Stellar that we offer, working with MoneyGram International. If you know what they are a money transfer operator. They have around 350,000 agent locations in 200 countries. So it's pretty exciting. And so the idea is that any user can walk into a MoneyGram location and they have their wallet, so their Stellar wallet, they have USDC, and they can either deposit or withdraw cash based on their USDC balance. And it's a powerful innovation and use case in the sense that it can really make some lives different. So one of the use cases that we're currently working on is called Stellar Aid Assist. We work with the UNHCR, which is the United Nations Refugee Agency, to offer the possibilities to Ukrainians in need right now, which is a very relevant case, with digital relief aid through this MoneyGram Access program, where eligible Ukrainians can sign up in the program. They can then walk into, they have then a USDC wallet, we call it the Vibrant wallet. They can walk into a participating MoneyGram location and then actually withdraw cash that they then need to finance their services. So it's innovations like this, it's a real world use case, it's financial access that is so important. And yeah, that was more or less my spiel.
No, and because of that, I'm actually trying to close the loop of my, how I'm working with Stellar. Because it was the aha moment for me. I'm gonna tell you, trying to get the banks in Haiti to actually participate was like they were doing me a favor. And when I looked at the usury fees that they wanted to charge, it didn't make it possible. Now, I want to bring in the kind of outlook that we found in Haiti. It was actually an increase of about 2% to where we increased about 750% what came to the farmers. So it was between 300 to 750%. And so someone in a community who would have made $2,000, and this was in the height of COVID. This was May, June 2020, so nobody was moving, but mangoes could move, and we kept it very small. And one of the things about Haiti that I don't know if you guys knew, they had pay lockdown before the world knew what lockdown was. So we had what we call pay lock, so nobody could move. Things were very difficult. They're still in lockdown, and those are due to political challenges and geopolitical challenges. We still don't have a president. But people have to eat, they have to work, they have to live. And we are now moving into Tanzania, and what we do, just for, bringing a little bit of the jargon, we have decided to build on Corda. So it's very important to understand which technology you're going to use. What we do is every data is actually on-chain, not off-chain, not side-chain. It's on-chain. However, we wanted to be able to preserve privacy, because if you want business to work, so imagine you're asking a business to participate and you say to them, oh, the price that you charge is going to be open for everybody to see. They're going to go, no, thank you. They may need to let that be known to their partners or the bankers, whatever, but not everybody should be able to see. But at the end, when we're looking at payment, we need to be able to use sort of a public-private network. And that's why it makes sense to be able to deliver the cash and start looking at really how do we create digital economy to where if I know this is cash and you know this is cash value, we then will transfer to one another. And that allows us, instead of me going to the bank, pulling out cash, sending, so we can see this kind of things. With me, a lot of my work is in Africa and in the Caribbean, where cash continues to be the way people transact because of the either inflationary and deflationary aspect of money, or they don't really have access. And I'm pushing the envelope to say they don't even need to have a phone. They just need to have a QR code or an RFID. And that allows them to be identified, their goods to be identified, and gives them the opportunities to actually get access to credit. So if I can show you that I made $100 and I'm asking for $10 credit, you'll be much more, as a bank, able to do that. So it's really about bringing micro economies onto the business and creating this idea of producers or creators to have their own economies. And that's what we're also looking at doing in Yoki. So one of the projects we're looking at is a coffee project where individual will be able to track and trace their coffee beans that they've bought as to who was the farmer and what the farmer made and how much it cost and what was the carbon footprint. And at the same time, individual will be able to go and learn how to be baristas so that you can go and get a job in the real world. We need to be able to transcend the gamification of the make-believe world to allow people to do better in the real world.
Very well said indeed. And I think, let me see, we have a few more minutes left. And so I wanted to also talk a bit about the opportunities and kind of, because you mentioned like, what are you looking for in a blockchain, right? And I think for me, like also like I work at Stellar Development Foundation on an awards program, and so I work a lot with developers and startups. And what they tell me, it's also looking at the functionality, which is very very important. So if you are a builder in the space, look at the functionality. Take a look at if like do you need permission? Do you need public? Do you need private blockchain? Like what are the capabilities that you might need? Do you need smart contract functionality? Because it's a hype word, but in many use cases, you might not need it. So these are really good things to look at. And another one I wanted to mention is kind of longevity of the chain and of the kind of what's been around with the chains. So for Stellar, we've been around since like 2015, the current technology. And really focused, really mission-driven. So our foundation, like everything we do at SDF, is to make sure that we are focusing towards that mission. So really like making a robust code base. We are fostering sustainable use cases that are going to be in the space for a long run. We don't focus on the hype necessarily. There was a lot of hype, like I think a few years back around like NFTs and metaverse. We really stayed our course, and right now you can really see that it brings off the fruits that when now it's a bear market, people are actually looking at real use cases, and it's exciting to see that we can grow, even through it all. Yeah.
So she didn't mention one of the things that we did. I mentioned I asked for the money, but how Enka and I got to work together is with the Haitian Blockchain Alliance, really fostering them in creating the curriculum and bringing in the guests that they need to create the knowledge. The panel before was talking about the language that needs to be used. This is very much about creating inclusivity. So we need to be able to speak in a way which are not jargon and really break down. I do believe that in the next 10 years, practically every database will be a form of distributed ledger technology. Why? Because if I can get Anka to hold her data, and I have the ability to pull what I need from that data when I need it and create the composite, I then do not need to store, and this is what companies are starting to understand. I don't need to store and pay for her data. She pays for her data, but I get access to it when I need. And if it is a blockchain, I need not worry that she can change things on the fly. There needs to be an agreement between all of us. So it's important for all of us as women to be part of that economy. And in reality, you don't need to be a developer. You just need to understand the language and then rethink it and re-speak it to those who don't, to make it much more inclusive. With the farmers, they didn't know that there was a blockchain. They just knew that nobody could change what had happened, and that money came to them. That's what we all want, assurance that the fruit of our labors will be returned to us. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. It's continue to learn, because believe me, some of you will know more than I will ever know, because every day we have to look. So it's making sure like there is a great newsletter, which is by Barbara Brickman. Barbara is here today. Get it. You don't need to read it all, but at least skim it, and you can then go deeper into what is being said and what's happening in the space. And it's just looking at those kind of things to educate yourself, be able to speak to your family about it, because it's not going away.
Definitely not. We're here to stay. I think that's very clear with all the women I've heard here today. Very well said. Thank you so much for listening, and yeah, you know where to find us.
Kingdoms are falling, angels be calling. None of that could ever make me leave. Yeah. Every time I look into your eyes, I see it. You're all I need.
Thanks again to Ms. Genevieve and Anka. For that, we're going to...
Hi, everyone. Wow. So I think Amanda is supposed to be joining us virtually, but, sorry, Ashley, wrong A. But I'm Shaylee Adenolfi. I am head of business development and partnerships at XMTP. We are a decentralized communication protocol. What that means is you can do notifications, DMs, announcements, group chats across Web3 wallets and applications. And I'm going to be the moderator. So without further ado, I will go ahead and let the panel introduce themselves. Nisa, you want to go ahead and start?
Hi, everyone. I'm Nisa Amoyles. I am a venture capitalist, also a securities lawyer by background. I've been investing in this sector since 2016, and I've been with a couple of different funds. I now run a fund called A100X, and happy to be here.
Hi, my name's Amanda Wick. I just started drinking my coffee this morning, so apologies because it takes a while to kick in. I spent about a decade at the Department of Justice as a federal prosecutor. Strangely, kind of by a trick of fate, got involved in crypto money laundering. I was a money laundering prosecutor who ended up kind of stumbling into crypto money laundering, got involved in crypto, and then left to go to a detail at FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network at Treasury. I was there kind of during some hot times in crypto, so that was cool, and worked on that in human trafficking. And then I left FinCEN to go to a blockchain analytics company called Chainalysis, where I was the chief of legal affairs. I left Chainalysis and did a stint on the Hill last year on one of the select committees. And then I left and last year started a passion project called the Association for Women in Cryptocurrency that I had wanted to start since Chainalysis, when I saw that women in tech are treated much worse than women in gov. And so we're a professional association for women and male allies in the crypto, blockchain, and Web3 spaces, that we do both professional networking and advocacy for greater inclusion of women in the future of digital finance. And that is what I do nearly full-time now, in addition to some advising and consulting.
Can you hear me now? Great. I'm Andra. I've been in crypto for almost 6 years now. I've mostly worked for protocols, so I would consider myself a builder. Most recently, I was the head of growth at 1inch, which was the second fastest growing DeFi protocol in the space. I am now the head of BD and strategy at Origin Protocol, where I focus on OUSD, or Origin Dollar, which is a yield-bearing stablecoin. The idea is, why would you ever pay with something that doesn't earn yield automatically when you could pay your friends, family, and everyone else, and as soon as the stablecoin hits your wallet, you start earning yield on that right away. Prior to that, I was in Silicon Valley, and I used to run my own commodities trading firm. Yeah, I'm excited to chat with you all.
And Ashley?
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Ashley. I'm the co-founder and COO of EdgeIn. We are the only decentralized platform for alpha market data and insights. So I work in collaboration with our data partners, virtual analysts, and a team of data engineers to manage the sourcing, cleansing, and enrichment of our data, ensuring that we provide the largest, most accessible data set in Web3. Prior to this, I was number 5 at Postmates, and I served as both Director of Communications and Marketing, as well as Head of Operations and New Markets, all the way up to our Series B.
Amazing. Us who have been paying attention to the market saw the USDC depeg, and there's been some news about like the survival of stablecoins and what shape they're going to take, how they're going to be regulated in the US and abroad. So would love to turn this over to Andra to start, but other folks feel free to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, stablecoins are fine, aren't they? They still have very good market caps. There is, of course, a lot of too much noise, in my opinion. It always goes like that, like, oh, it depegs even if it's for a day or two, and then it's like stablecoins are dead, and now it's like about the new thing. It didn't really go that way. Sure, there were repercussions to USDC depegging, but those that just stayed and just kind of like waited it out because they understood the fundamentals and they understood that, actually this is just a very small portion of their reserves being held in this particular bank that may or may not implode, et cetera, et cetera. So you do your research and you go down the rabbit hole, and then you just calm down, which is kind of what I did. I actually had a lot of USDC in my portfolio, and I was just like, it's going to be fine. And it was, right? But you have to do the research. You have to understand what happens, and you have to understand why you picked it in the first place and who the actors are in this ecosystem. That's one thing I would say. As far as expanding it, to all other stable coins, hedge your portfolio, get into other stablecoins as well, right? If you're going to be in crypto, don't just sit on USDC. For example, I work for a stablecoin project. So OUSD, during the entire weekend where USDC was depegged, we also depegged briefly, but after 17 hours, we were back to $1. So it was 1-to-1. It took USDC about 3 days to get back to its normal peg, but because OUSD is more decentralized than USDC, we were able to regain peg much quickly. So that just kind of shows the whole, diversify your portfolio and understand the dynamics of like how does it all work in the back end. Not only that, but OUSD is a yield-bearing stablecoin, so even whatever you might have lost during the peg, if you did, you gained it back by having that additional yield that you gained during that period. There's a lot of complexity to be explained here, but in simple terms, those that stayed in OUSD and didn't panic exit ended up gaining a lot more than those that just freaked out and just followed the noise, to say so. There is a lot of work to be done, of course. I mean, we have the whole parallel of like CBDCs and then, stable coins. And within the stablecoin ecosystem, we have USDC, and then we have the super decentralized ones that are just like, no, like RAI and whatever else, right? But I think there's a product market fit for all of them. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I don't think there's like a winner take all type of situation. And we will always have decentralized finance. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, especially considering what we're seeing today in the markets. And they will use these decentralized stablecoins and protocols and so on and so forth. And they will have the mainstream ones. They will solve for different use cases. Maybe for institutional settlement between different geographies. We need a certain stablecoin that's not going to be a super anarchist one. Let's call it that, right? And it might have to be like super regulated, etc. Should it be a CBDC? That's another topic for a different day. But I'll just leave it there for now.
I guess the one thing that I would add, because I'm not at Andra's level here, and I tend to take it to kind of like the prosecutor level, which is keep it simple, stupid, like KISS stuff, right? I think the thing that you kind of have to remember with stable coins is that it's a very real threat to the concept of the US dollar, and we don't have a central bank digital currency yet. So you have to remember that right now, if you are the United States of America Department of Treasury, for the last, 200 years, you really haven't had much competition with the US dollar in the United States. And for a lot of them, their perception of crypto was that it's a fad. And, you see these Bitcoin maxi conferences and people are running around in Bitcoin shirts and they can kind of like write that off as crazies. Stablecoin is not crazy. These people are not running around having these conferences. These people are chock full of former Treasury officials, and they're doing exceptionally well. And this little fad has turned into a massive industry that is now a real competitor with the US dollar. And you have to think about what that means from a national security perspective. And people aren't really doing that. When you create something that in the United States competes with the US dollar, it's kind of like the concept of a third party in politics. It's taken from someone, right? So when you see Treasury policy, when you see the discussions about regulation, this is not a light discussion about what's going to happen in stablecoins. This is the current future of digital finance means that another country could beat us. Somebody could be stronger than the US dollar, and the US dollar hegemony could disappear, which some people call in layman's terms the fall of an empire. So when we're talking about this is not a hypothetical situation. This is not a what if. We are now facing kind of an existential crisis, the likes of which when the internet was invented, where a lot of us are probably old enough to remember that. Some people in this room may not have been born when that happened. But there was actually for a moment a question of, does the US win the race to own the internet? That's not a given here. And right now there are a lot of people who think we're losing. And the more innovation that leaves the United States and the more competition for the US dollar, the closer we are to losing that war. And if we lose that war, none of us in this room will be alive to see if we're able to win it back. So I think there's when people talk about stablecoins, and I'm not, Andra's points are brilliant and I wish I operated at that level, right? But take it down to its most basic concept and you have competition for the US dollar for the first time at a level in the trillions. The success of this industry is a threat that the United States has not figured out how to deal with. And so it treats it like everything else, which is slow, dumb, and usually knee-jerk. So we have to, a lot of people in this space are kind of fighting, not just for the future of digital assets, but for hopefully a role that the US will play in that. That's not a minor one.
Yeah, that's very well put. I would just add that there are different types of stablecoins, right? You saw what happened with Terra Luna and algorithmic stablecoins, and then you saw on Tether, which has been questioned for a long time as to what their reserve status is, and then you also saw USDC, which seems to be operating very closely with the U.S. government, full of people who came from there. And I think this legislation that was supposed to happen maybe in the last Congress that didn't get pushed through has been delayed now again because of the bank runs and the crisis. And then last night with the White House report scathing really against this industry, it might be a while before we see some stablecoin legislation coming through. But in theory, it's probably the easiest category for the US government to regulate because it's something that they understand. They've regulated money market funds in the past, et cetera. And you know, the real question is, who can issue a stablecoin? Does it have to be a FDIC insured bank? Does another entity get to do that? You know, these questions are still out, but I agree that it's been phenomenal growth category for this industry, right? Like, remember when a few years ago this was just kind of starting, and then you just, you know, as the gateway to so many other applications and DeFi, like you said, I think that this usage will just continue to grow, and so it really is incumbent upon Congress to try and get to this year, and hopefully that does happen.
Ashley, you have anything to add? I see your face.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I think as an entrepreneur, it's a little bit disheartening to see that, you know, we always have these opportunities to disrupt different markets. And crypto was an opportunity for us to do that yet again. And we saw companies like FTX take advantage of that opportunity. And now it feels like, you know, and I'm sorry I'm saying this to the crowd in DC, but like, you know, the adults are coming into the room to monitor, you know, kind of what we're building. And I think we screwed the pooch a little bit, you know, to be honest. We kind of messed up that opportunity, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. I don't, you know, personally feel like CBDCs are the way to go. You know, I feel like that's kind of total control. But it's sad and it's disappointing to see that we did have an opportunity, and we still do. You know, I think there's a lot of success that can still happen, but certainly a lot of doubts are in people's minds now. You know, not just at the government level, but here in our living rooms at home. You know?
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that because I worked for a self-custodial wallet before joining XMTP called MetaMask. And I will say the people I actually blame the more centralized exchanges and like the crypto hedge funds and the custodial wallet space a little more than the self-custodial, more decentralized kind of protocol space in crypto. I don't think they messed up. I think they're still out there building. And for those of us that were at ETH Denver, there were like 24,000 people there. I mean, it is still a builder's market. We are still growing. The space is thriving on the software, like, I say tech crypto versus money crypto, right, side of things. So I think it was a little bit of like, I like to say it's like TradFi side of crypto. And I think regulators will find it easier to govern those types of people and like regulate them versus, I think there's more education needed to make them understand what staking is and what DeFi is all about in the true sense. So that's just my hot take on that. The other thing I wanted to mention is like with CBDCs, I worked on like some central bank, when I was at Consensus, some CBDC experiments with like the Monetary Authority of Singapore, Bank of International Settlements, World Bank, IMF, Visa. I launched like a sandbox with Visa. And I think CBDCs are gonna be really slow. I think governments just can't keep up with the pace of innovation. And they might be in some form available in the market. But stablecoins will continue to exist and thrive and move more quickly, and we'll have both in the market eventually. That's my 2 cents. But back to you know, like the custodial versus self-custodial space and just like what we're seeing. I was talking to Amanda about this earlier and wanted to maybe have her and other folks to chime in on what kind of progress are we gonna see on this front given where we are in the market today, which is kind of rock bottom on that side. Thanks.
I think that question is somewhat dependent on how much education we see in the companies that are making self-custody wallets. And the reason I say that is because the other night I was out with some friends and one of them had their 18-year-old nephew with them, 18. And he was going on and on about how he'd invested in crypto and how he had his ledger and how, you know, he could take his money with him and it was 100% safe. And I said, 100% safe? And he was like, yeah, because as long as it's on here, it's super safe. And I was like, is there ever a time where it's unsafe? And he was like, no, because as long as it's on here. And I was like, when you plug that into your computer, it ceases to be cold storage and becomes hot. And I had to explain to him that, because Ledger's a great company. I'm not here to like criticize a company, but think about what we're doing. The number of people in your life who understand the concept of self-custody, the ability to take all of your money with you. But imagine if you were carrying around a bank, what's that box? Safe deposit box, right? Like when I try to explain to people what a self-custody wallet is, I'm like, imagine if you just carried around a bank safe deposit box and only you have the key to it. In the past, those safe deposit boxes had a key that the bank could open or law enforcement could drill in. There was always a method. There was always a backup plan. A lot of people do not understand that in self-custody, you are it. You lose that safe deposit box, you put it on a paper wallet, your dog eats the paper wallet. I've had friends whose cars were broken into, their iPad was stolen, their private keys were on the iPad. The amount of personal financial responsibility in self-custody is unlike anything we've ever seen. And for a country that ceased financial literacy training in the 70s, it's a little problematic to just assume that everybody's going to suddenly wake up with a magical understanding of the financial system that we irresponsibly stopped doing 50 years ago. So I'm not against self-custody. I have a ledger, but I also had to spend a ton of time learning about it. And let me be clear, I'm not even a Mac person because I think that's not even worth it. Like I've been PC for years because I won't even invest the time to learn. And everyone's like, oh, it takes like an hour and then you get to do all these cool things. I'm that lazy. Like I'm not doing it. Like I'm just gonna sit with a PC and never have as good a visual or video experience. And I know that. And now you want the world to do personal finance on self-custody and put their finances. That's not how this is gonna go, y'all. It's not. I'm sorry. People are sheeple. That's not what we do. Like there's a reason why everybody's not doing safe deposit boxes. There's a reason why there's absolutely going to be a market for self-custody. And if education improves, I think it'll improve in correlation with that. But if they keep going the way that they're going, where there's not massive education campaigns attached with this, and there's story after story about some guy's $50 million ending up in a dump that he has to petition the city to then go sift through trash to find his life savings. No, y'all, I don't think self-custody is about to explode anytime soon. But I say that with the caveat, we could be better, we could do education. It's just a matter of, are you going to invest in the education needed to make this technology responsible? And I think over and over, the question's going to come to crypto, and Ashley said it best, y'all, like crypto screwed the pooch for a decade. Y'all want to stop screwing that pooch, or do you want the adults to come in the room and do you want to have a conversation about responsible innovation? Because the part of responsible innovation is explaining to people what self-custody means before you let them put their life savings on it. If we get to that point, I'm all for self-custody. But until there's more responsible and with the innovation, no matter how many times Brian Armstrong posts men on International Women's Day in a freaking tweet, I'm still having that damn Coinbase account. I'm not happy about it, but I have.
Go ahead, Andra.
Yeah, I think I take a different stance here. I'm not going to say self-custody is the future, the same way that having a safe in your home that has a cipher and you have to remember the cipher every time in order to open it. To me, self-custody is the same thing, except that it's digital. You have to remember these words or write them down. Dog is going to eat it, but the dog could eat the cipher to your safe and also lose it. You wouldn't have access to it. It's the same exact thing, except that it's digital. And now we can look at statistics and see how many people are using safety boxes, safes, versus keeping their money in the bank. I think to me, the question here is, who do you trust? Those who trust ultimately trust themselves because they have trust issues for whatever reason. I come from Romania. Romania was a communist country until '89. You could not trust any bank, or let alone like someone telling you they're going to manage your money for you, because you never got it back. My family personally lost a ton of wealth because of that. Especially when times get rough and financial crisis happen, you're not going to see a dime, right? So because of that, you get trained to only trust yourself, whether that means putting your money under a mattress, in a safety box, and whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It's like, I can't trust anybody but myself, right? And there are people out there that will continue to do that. And then they do so in crypto today, and they do it in the old world of fiat money and other assets, diamonds and gold bars and whatever else, because that's how their minds operate with the knowledge and experience that they've had. Now, the question is, who do you trust as the average person, right? Without being these outlier cases where self-custody is essential to you. Are you going to trust a technology provider, right? Because this fintech company out of Silicon Valley built some kind of cool custodial solution, I don't know, Coinbase, for example, and therefore I trust them for whatever reason that they're not going to take my money? Are you going to trust, I don't know, maybe someone who qualifies as a bank, right? And then what does that qualification even mean? What kind of responsibility do they have for me as an average user? For example, you're insured up to 250K. Are you sure that you're going to get at 250K because you trust the US government? And then if you're okay with that and you can sleep well at night because you know that will happen, then go ahead and put your money in that bank. So I think that it's up to you to decide which level of comfort you're happy with, right? Which level of risk you're willing to take, and then how are you going to sleep well at night? And there are some that will prefer to have the ledger in their home. There are some that prefer to have it in in 10 bank accounts that are each individually insured up to 250K because, that's just their setup. And there's others that will choose, I don't know, custodial solutions like Coinbase. So some put their money in FTX because they trusted Sam. Some put their money in Binance because they trust CZ. It's all about the amount of alpha, as we say, or amount of information, knowledge that you have from the media, from the people around you, from the articles that you read, from everything. And then you get to make that decision for yourself. That's my opinion.
Can I add one thing to that? Just because I think a point that Andra made is so incredibly important that it kind of needs like a foot stomp, is the trust point. Is that for most of us alive right now, especially in the United States, it's difficult for us to imagine us not trusting our government with the financial system. But right now there are several countries in the world that are used to that are living actively under that concept. And when people say there's no use cases, I'm like, there are women that we know of who, when the Taliban took over in Afghanistan, were able to keep their funds because they had self-custody wallets. There are entire countries right now that are in that situation. The thing that I think is so critical about that is that we always talk about it as if it's a foreign country thing. And nobody is actually talking about the amount of trust that has eroded in the United States in our government in the last several years for countless reasons across the political spectrum. And so this point about trust is so critical, because if you think it's a foreign problem and you're ignoring everything that is happening in this country, then you would think that we don't have that issue. But one of the reasons why I think self-custody is rising exponentially in the United States is because we're not really doing anything functionally to address the fundamental mistrust that is growing like a cancer here. And that, I think, is something that we, I think it can't be said enough, is stop thinking that trust is only a problem abroad. Stop thinking that it's only authoritarian governments that have self-custody problems. The number of people here in the United States who are losing trust in the centralized government, especially after a bank run, where literally people can't get their money out of the banks. A lot of people, who was alive for the last set of bank runs? Right? Some of you, thank you, girl. But let's, truth, a little T-Rex arm, she's like, thank you. Some of you have never lived through a bank run. So you have to kind of look in historical context. So that's such a good point that I don't think we talk about enough, is that you're going to see a correlation in the erosion of trust in the U.S. And people aren't talking about that. And you know who's really not talking about that? The politicians.
Yeah, and I don't, if I can chime in, I don't think it's just happening at the government level as well. It's within the crypto community in general. How many crypto billionaires are white males? What's decentralized about that? we hear, about the game and investment. As women, we're told repeatedly to play the game. In DeFi specifically, that game has been to hide or obfuscate the problems, inflate numbers, watch this herd-like community of investors follow VCs based on brands that have little to no due diligence performed. So this is happening within our own community as well, this lack of trust. My team thinks about it a lot every day. Our platform is trying to provide transparency in the community by giving everyone access to better data so these financial fuck-ups like FTX don't happen again.
So I think it comes down to narratives, and in the bull market, a lot of the narrative was really just focused on trading and speculation and watching in real time how tech is built while being able to invest in the tech as never before had happened. But there are politicians here who, like Amanda says, they don't want to acknowledge their fiscal or monetary policy errors, but at the same time, they are not getting the narrative about the use cases that actually help their constituents either. So when the Blockchain Association or whoever it is goes in to talk to them, they're like, yeah, I don't care. You've said that, we're going to do this for 10 years, and where are the use cases? And that was the report that came out last night, basically just saying, we don't see any real value here. And those narratives about financial inclusion, which DeFi was the promise of DeFi, right? Or using blockchain technology to solve real problems in healthcare or climate or supply chains or identity and all these other use cases, they don't make their way to the Hill. And the media doesn't really help with that either, which is why I write for Forbes, because I try and write about those things. I try and invest in those things. I try and show that this is not just all about trading and speculation. So I think we need more of that.
Yeah, I love that. So what I heard from you all was give users choice, make it safe, and it is all about trust. And there is an erosion of trust, not just here in the US, but like globally. I mean, that's why, as Andra said, like MetaMask actually had a lot of users in the Philippines, some of the top 10 countries, Philippines, Nigeria, India, where they are maybe saving their money in mattresses. So I guess we only have a few minutes left. I think we're almost over time. Sorry. Yes, we have time for questions. Let me just wrap it up with, I guess, where do we go from here? What are the opportunities that you see are most exciting? And what are the challenges? You can either do both opportunity and challenge or one. And I'll start with Nisa.
So I just basically said what the opportunities are, and I'm excited about all those different areas. I think the challenge is basically that we don't want to have a banana republic here. We don't want everybody leaving. We have to do a better job of educating so that the right policies are put in place. And that's a huge thing this year. And hopefully we get there, and we can keep some of this innovation happening in the US, and the US can remain a leader. So I think that's the challenge.
Can I go last? I'm just kind of like, the coffee is still, but I'm
Andra.
on a roll just hitting off of Andra's great points, so let's just keep that going.
Opportunity. So I think that there's a ton of opportunity to come in the next years, maybe even decades, simply because if crypto follows the same trend as the internet, we're still in the experimentation phase, right? That's what's happening now with DeFi, with a lot of these implosions. It's actually not that tragic. It's just that we're living through it, so we get to see it firsthand. But if you talk to anyone that's been around since like the 90s, like .com or whatever, then they'll be like, okay, yeah, we've been there, done that, except that it wasn't financial products, it was just tech products. So it was more about privacy and other issues rather than money. However, opportunity will come, like I said, in a decentralized finance space, because we're seeing bit by bit this whole issues with like trust with transparency. Let's start there. We have no idea what was happening behind Silicon Valley Bank. We have no idea what's happening behind FTX. So what if we just were able to increase transparency a little bit more so that users can make informed choices? If you see that a bank is under collateralized, or if you see that they're deploying capital into something that's incredibly risky, that allows you to make that choice, right? Everything should be about choice, to be like, okay, you know what, I'm not comfortable with this level of risk. I'm gonna go put my money in this other bank that where I can see that they're handling money differently than this other bank, right? So I think that the opportunity lies in increasing transparency, in decentralizing this backend architecture, which, by the way, you don't need to understand at all, right? It is not your job to understand how blockchain works, how decentralization works. It is our job as builders to make sure that these key pieces are decentralized, and we just offer you as much information so that you can make informed choices. The challenge will be in working with the regulators and the governments who have their own interests, because we're trying to satisfy three parties here: the government, the financial system, and the tech sector, right? So they each have their own interests, and everyone is actually working for the best interest of humanity as a whole, and that's what's so beautiful about this whole thing, except that the way they're going about it is differently. The government wants it to happen in one way based on the information they have. The financial sector wants it in their own way. Maybe they don't necessarily operate in the best interest of people. I might take that one back. And then the third one is the tech sector, which all we care about is innovation. We just want to build cool stuff, right? So it's when these three come together, and that's where the challenge is like trying to like combine all of them and make stuff happen at the same time.
Oh, and DeFi has to stop getting hacked.
Yeah, the security issue is true. Absolutely, yeah.
Ashley, if you want to follow that, I'm going to let you volunteer, because I'm not.
Yeah, I'd say, building on that, that was amazing. Thank you for that. Rebuilding the trust and increasing transparency. I think there's going to be a lot of founder retooling that needs to happen. Investors really need to take a second at this innovation level. They've promised LPs certain returns. They really need to reset expectations at that level, and then at the fund level, and then we can start focusing back on having real business conversations as a community. Founders like myself shouldn't have to carry these outsized FTX level, estimated returns in our slide decks to compensate with funds that won't have conversations with LPs at that level. So resetting expectations, increasing the transparency that's in the community, and making it simple and fun for everyone to get access to the data that they need to make the best decisions.
So I tend to be kind of a darker, pessimistic person who strives to be optimistic. Especially now, I'm really working on the optimism. But I also feel somebody, maybe it was you, Andra, somebody said something about like the convergence of like a lot of things happening. And I actually think of that Thor movie where like everything kind of like aligns. And some people call them tipping points. I think Malcolm Gladwell wrote a book about it. But I actually think we're at this insane tipping point that will be probably the largest thing that happens in our generation. I don't think it's a coincidence when you look globally at what's essentially a trend of globalization due to technology. And then you have nationalism that is fighting to stop that, right? And I disagree that, I really don't believe there's a lot of governments right now that are actually doing, quote, what's best for the people. I actually think there's a lot of governments that are doing what's best for the governments that are in power, because that's how they stay in power. I actually think that a lot of what's happening, and I think a lot of this is reflected in crypto, is that for the first time, you've got social media that allows people to talk to each other all over the world. You've got WhatsApp that allows people to communicate, Signal that allows people to communicate with no visibility by the government. You have financial services that allow people to transact between themselves. And you have the ability to cut out governments that are doing badly, which for the first time in history was never really a thing before. And I think the opportunities, or in my perfect world, if you look at the history of traditional finance, it has been one of the things that was most useful to systemic racism and to systemic discrimination. I think that there is a massive opportunity for people who have historically been discriminated against to say, I choose out of your system and I choose into one that I have control over, and one that people that look like me can participate in, where I can look and see people who I am less concerned will take my property, redline me, redistrict through all of the shenanigans that you guys are pulling to ensure that we don't have any kind of change that benefits us. And I think that that conversation is hopefully, I would love to see that being done at the level of matching its import with the moment. And I just think there's a lot out there that's treating crypto like finance or like technology and not as a movement. It was actually started to be a movement, and I think people forget that. And I'm the last person to say that the anonymous free flow of money should be a thing. So that crazy part of the movement, I would kind of excise that, because I do still think you need adults in the room. But having said that, like, I do not think it's a coincidence that there's a lot going on right now. And when I talk to people, especially in the 18 to, we'll say 20, bless you, 18 to 25 range, you know what their single biggest thing in the next election is? What is my government's position going to be on digital assets and the future of digital finance? Because they grew up on a smartphone and they don't remember anything else, and they know the importance of this. And I just think that there's a lot, that the challenges are the same challenges of the internet, and guess what? We still haven't fixed that. If you were following the Section 230 discussion for the last 5 years, the internet that was invented in the 90s still has massive problems. Like, we are still trying to fix the internet, and we are probably going to be fixing digital finance for the next 20, 30, 60 years. But the question of what foundation it lays, whether it's inclusive, whether it actually achieves these things that we think it can be, whether it builds back better or if it builds back the same crap that we've had for the last 200 years, I think has to do with who mobilizes to really try to make sure that it has its best chance of effectuating societal change, because it can. And so I think for me, that's the opportunity, and I hope those conversations happen. I think conferences like this are one of the best things that happens, which is why I'm one of Yinka's biggest fans in the world. But I don't think we can talk about this enough and kind of do something about it. So the pessimist in me says we're gonna all leave and not do anything, but I hope that the conversations continue, and I think the opportunities are to actually do something about taking this technology and not just making money off of it, but realizing its capacity to actually change things for the better in a way that we haven't for 200 years.
Yeah, but just to add to that, that's literally all of DeFi, right? Because you have like decentralized protocols, you can get involved in governance. You're not American, you're not Romanian, you're not anything else. It doesn't matter who you are. You're just the wallet address that wants to manage the finances. That's it. To me, it's the most inclusive. It has nothing to do with the government, right? It's about simply getting your finances in order regardless of where and who you are. So to me, that is something already happening, and there are communities in DeFi already working towards that future. So.
No, I agree with that. I will say that you are not the face of DeFi that usually shows up when somebody shows up to talk about the future. If you were showing up, I feel a little bit better. But in terms of the people who are in the room when it happens and who that has traditionally been and who that's been recently, and I think Ashley made this point, but I don't think we can make the point enough. If you do not have women, people of color, if you do not have a broad, diverse range of voices, even DeFi can be built back as crappy as TradeFi. Because guess what? I think Alexander Hamilton had high aspirations for the concept of a centralized bank. But over the years, every opportunity to fix that was lost. And when people say, like, what's the greatest thing about crypto? To me, you know what it was? It finally gave the banks competition, so they had to just be a little less shitty because they could be as crappy as they wanted before there was competition. Because what have we learned in the United States under capitalism? If there's no competition, what gets better? Nothing. Nothing. So if crypto does nothing else, then at least it made the Jamie Dimons of the world stop for a second and say, hey, should we do that as opposed to could we do that? And if crypto and DeFi get to the point where they're also asking, should we do that instead of just could we do that? I'm totally with you. I just want more yous in the room. I want more y'all in the room. I just want a little bit more diversity in the voices of DeFi, and I feel a little bit safer.
Amanda for office.
Really quickly, I want to before we take questions, make sure we thank the Black Women in Blockchain Council and Ola Yinka for putting this together, because this is the work. This is the work that has to be done. We'll move to questions now.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, this has been an explosive panel.
Thank you. So we've all read, I think, the wonderful report by the White House yesterday, but we're also seeing how other parts of the world are accepting and adopting crypto. What does that mean for the US when it's not really driving or inviting innovation when the rest of the world seems to be doing that? We're looking at Brazil as one example. That's a new law coming into effect, and a lot of crypto companies are looking at that, right? So what does that mean for the US?
Cool. Maybe I'll take that from like a protocol perspective or builder, however you want to see it. But I think crypto's doing exactly what it's supposed to do in these particular countries, right? So speaking of stable coins, one use case that's actually taking off is in Venezuela and in Argentina, where you have ridiculous inflation. You're not able to get your money into US dollars, so therefore you're using DAI most likely, which is a stable coin that Maker issued. That is where we're actually seeing, everyone says crypto has no use cases. Actually it does. You're just not seeing them in the US because we're not actually solving for problems here at the moment, but we are solving for problems out there, right? The same with like Southeast Asia. There's a lot of like, we had even gaming. Gaming was able to bring wealth to people. Sure, it was brief and it was like a bubble, as it happens again, experimentation and iteration. But it was a way of earning a living wage by playing games, which is something that everyone enjoyed, and they were able to participate in that economy. And it was a way of uplifting people from poverty, and that was tremendous. So what's happening as far as the US, and that's the whole point of like sound regulation. I'm not against regulation because I don't consider myself a full anarchist. I don't think that that works, just going back to like the average person and the way they think, right? I think that you need sound regulation. You need to have regulators that understand the technology, because I mean, I look at these like Congress hearings and I'm like, you really don't get how it all works. Like the questions that you're asking are just like ridiculous, right? And once you have sound regulation, that unleashes innovation. And that's when you're able to actually solve for use cases domestically as well. But until you do that, and if you're fighting against it, if you're putting it down, it's like, oh, it's just a fad, it's just a trend, it's gonna go away, then you're gonna lose, because the other countries are accepting it and they have sandboxes and they have all these other things that allow for innovation, experimentation to happen, and then these use cases are taking off in different parts of the world, and then you might be too late to the game. So that's what I'm seeing.
I will say the short explanation is I think a lot of the 70 and 80-year-olds in Congress don't understand the technology, but they also don't understand that in today's modern world, a bunch of innovators are not going to explain to you why they break up with you. They just ghost you. And they don't really understand the concept of ghosting, so they're like, well, can you show us the innovators, and can you give us a list of who's leaving, and can you give us the kind goodbye note that they gave us on their way out that explained why a lack of regulatory clarity made them leave? And I'm like, that's not really how ghosting works, bro. If that's how it works, my life on online dating would be a hell of a lot better. That's just not what's gonna happen at all. They're just going to leave. And the amount of proof points that builders and innovators are having to give, the use case, it's like, how many use cases do you need? Like, how do you think this is gonna go? Like, when was the last time Apple or Google, did Google tell you when they moved 5,000 jobs to Switzerland? I don't think they wrote you a note. I think they just moved those jobs to Switzerland, didn't they? So like, we have these discussions, it's logical. It's like, we know that businesses follow regulatory frameworks that they can anticipate, and you're waiting for them to send you a breakup note, like, because you're blowing it? Like, that's not how this is gonna be. So it's like terrifying. It is terrifying, the lack of like attention and thought they're giving this, because it just doesn't work that way. And essentially innovators will just ghost us. And that's the thing that I think people are terrified of.
Yeah, it's already happening. And the other thing about these people in Congress is what they care about is all their constituents who lost so much money last year, right? And look at who was in charge. Do you see anybody that looks like this group who was in charge of any of those frauds, any of those, right, scams? And no. But that's who, you know, the industry kind of anoints and paints as holy people. And then there's like this whole media thing around them, and they're on the cover of Time, and like, you know, and that has to change. Like, how do we change that?
Yeah,
Which
where's
is a question
Forbes?
I've been asking for years. since I wrote the book. How do we change that?
It was a really good question, though.
Very good.
Hi, SJW, Chocolate Baddies NFT. Quick question, futuristic. Example, with the advent of Charles Schwab, JP Morgan, Capital One building out their crypto exchanges, currently we're sending our money from our current banks to decentralized or exchanges, right? So what does that look like once they build their exchanges? What happens to the Coinbases and the crypto.coms? 3 to 5 to 7 years from now, what's your future view of that?
I had a tough time with the math.
I'm going to take a stab at it, see if I got it right. So it is true that most traditional institutions, including banks themselves, are building their own decentralized ecosystems, right? So they're getting into crypto, as the headlines would say. And now it's what are they doing? So they're not necessarily building exchanges, not all of them, but they're probably plugging into other exchanges. But they are doing other things with crypto behind closed doors. Again, we don't know because most of it tends to be sort of in a black box, but there are some that are transparent. Some that I can think of is, for example, JP Morgan tends to be a bit more transparent with what they're doing in crypto. They're very concerned with payments, which they should be because they're pushing trillions of dollars probably daily. So crypto actually, again, going back to use cases, that is a solid use case. You have a settlement period of 3 to 5 days that you're losing money because it's stuck into an escrow account. Crypto does it right away instantly. So that's one use case for crypto. However, we don't know how these institutions are leveraging crypto in their own black boxes because they're not transparent. They're probably building on chains that are not Ethereum. That's the beauty of like blockchains, is that Ethereum is something that's public, it's transparent, you can see what they're doing, how they're interacting with it, how they intend to use it. So we can have certain things in place to stop them from being bad actors, right? Because again, this is the whole beauty of the community participating in that. But if they're using private chains, so if they're building their own blockchain to do all kinds of things with that, then we don't know how that's going to plug into the rest of the ecosystem because they need to communicate with each other, right? You need to be able to go to bridge it from this chain to our chain to Ethereum chain to whatever chain, right? And then see how that movement of assets is going to happen, et cetera. I think of blockchain in this situation of like, institutions using it in the back end the same way that I think of AI, which I'm personally more concerned with than I am with crypto. How are big institutions and governments at that going to use AI to their advantage, and what are they actually building in as like individual like black boxes behind closed doors that we don't know, and they're just going to release it to the world. So that's my take on it, is that we actually don't have that much information except for those that are willingly putting information out there.
We have time for, I think, 2 more questions before we break. Is that?
Just really quickly, Nisa has to go, but the rest of us, is it okay if we stay for a little bit longer? Okay, she has to catch a train, but thank you very much. But we'll stay for a little bit.
I came over to this side because I wanted to make it fair. So.
Excuse me. Both of you, or I guess all of you, kind of said that CBDCs were slow and not really a competition. My question, though, is around China, Russia, Iran, all joining forces, investing in each other's CBDCs, which is going to be a closed blockchain, which we know. The fact it's on a different protocol, how is that going to, because I see that destroying the US dollar, especially the fact that the China infrastructure is all throughout Africa. You also have the infrastructure from the telecom through Latin America. So where do you see stable coins being there? Because against the dollar, if the dollar goes down, and all you need is that +1 to switch over and, hey, I'll use the digital yuan.
I'll go if you're not going to take it. It relates to the question that we were asked earlier around what happens if the U.S. doesn't catch up with the rest of the world. Speed to market. That's in the tech space. That's what matters the most. It's about speed. It's about doing it first and apologizing later, right? So if the U.S. government was hyper smart about this, they would have launched already some kind of CBDC. They would have experimented. They would have embraced them a little bit more. They would have picked a favorite, let's call it that. Maybe it was USDC, maybe it was Paxos. Paxos is better than USDC, allegedly. But the idea is that, hey, we care about our power. We see crypto as a way to allow us to keep the US dollar strong. So let's see how we can leverage this crypto thing to get there, right? And to get advantage and make it the #1 use case in Asian countries, in African countries, in Latin America, wherever else. But I feel like they're kind of missing the point and the boat at the same time. So that's the whole problem here, is that they're struggling and they're like, no, we hate crypto actually, but we want to launch a CBDC. I'm like, you're leveraging crypto to build a CBDC, so you don't actually hate crypto. Like, make up your mind, right? In the meantime, China's just like going. Now, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about your responsibility as a consumer. Am I going to purchase this yuan-backed digital currency and adopt it and help their use case? Or am I going to be a responsible citizen and sit on my dollars while that's happening? You might care as a US citizen. The rest of the world is not going to care. They just want to buy that thing on the whatever version of Amazon they have, and this is the currency that they're using. So therefore, they're going to move forward with adoption, which could lead to the US dollar decline. That's my take.
Yeah, and I will say the US government is not doing nothing. I mean, President Biden put out an executive order to look into stablecoins, blockchain, the innovation that's coming out of crypto. I think it was like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. So they are evaluating the space. They're doing their testing. They're working with other governments through the Bank of International Settlements, Swiss government, collaborative allies of the US government to explore trading between X government and the US using a digital asset, for example, and those use cases. They're definitely looking into it, and they're partnering with MIT. So I have no doubt that the US government will figure out their place. And at the same time, they're not gonna stifle innovation. They just need to figure out how to regulate it. I'm not like all doom and gloom like a lot of people. I think it'll get sorted.
I have doubt. I'm not all doom and gloom. But I will say, to the point that you just made, like, very eloquently, there's this clear very real.
Slides for you at the end. There's a QR code. So just relax, pay attention. If you have questions, if we have time for it, if I'm allowed to, then you can ask your questions. But I hope you are ready to jumpstart your Web3 journey. Next slide, please. All right, so let's start off in a more interactive way. So I want to ask 3 questions. So the first one that I want to ask is, who has heard of Web3? Okay, not necessarily everyone, the majority of you guys. Have you heard of NFTs? Okay, majority. All right, do you own any NFTs or crypto? Okay, last question, bonus question. Do you own NFTs and crypto? Okay, actually, all right, so maybe I need to up the game a little bit and make sure this is 201 and not 101. Next slide, please. All right, so the overview that I'm gonna be going through just very quickly is, what is Web3? What are NFTs? What is digital fashion? And how to easily jumpstart your journey into Web3. All right, so because we're in Web3, but at the same time in Web2, I made a slide on Web2 street cred, but I'm not really gonna go through with it. But my name is Janie, and I spent the last 10 years in Asia, and my career has really been on building, launching, and scaling brands, mostly in fashion and beauty. And I think the key here is that with fashion and beauty, it's about identifying trends. And when I had gotten into Web3, which I only started January 1st of last year, it has just been a wild ride of being able to see all the potential of it. All right, Web3 street cred. Okay, a little bit more fun, which is why I'm dressed like this and not so corporate, because I think it's important to recognize that, being a part of Web3 and the blockchain is a lot less stuffy than sitting in a corporate office, and I've done that for most of my career. And I realize my emojis aren't showing, but sometimes we work on the blockchain, but a lot of times our tech is still janky and it doesn't work. But yeah, so I do a lot of different things. Pretty much I work all the time, except for one day to take care of my mental health, which is very important. But I'm a brand strategy consultant for different brands. I'm also a content creator. You can find me on those social channels. I'm also a contributing writer and also video for BFF. I also host and produce my own show called Fresh on the Blockchain, a play off of Fresh Off the Boat, and also other things that you could think about. And lastly, I am head of marketing and growth for the Fabricant, which is the digital fashion house that has the first digital dress on the blockchain that was sold for 54 Ethereum back in 2018, which back in the day it was 9.5K, and at some point in the height of the bear, it was well over 6 figures. Now it's somewhere in the middle. Next slide, please. All right, so we're gonna go through very briefly, but I realize that actually y'all are experts at Web3. So maybe I don't need to get into it so much, but we will run through it very quickly. So we'll go to the first slide, which is Web 1. So read only, okay? Information economy. So maybe, I mean, I'm an elder millennial. I am Asian, and a lot of people who I talk to will know the joke that I'm saying, but we don't raisin. So I look like I'm 20-something, or I like to think that I am. But I was there during the age of Netscape, or basically yellow pages on the internet, and that is pretty much, you know, what Web 1 was. And I'm just gonna let you guys know a secret that's not really a secret, is no one talked about Web 1 and Web 2 until Web 3. So now we're talking about Web 3, but no one actually knows what 1 and 2 is. So that's why we're going through it. Next slide, please. So Web 2, okay, so the creator economy, read, write, that's basically where we're at. And really with this, it's about being able to engage with content. So, you know, you can go on Instagram Live or YouTube Live or TikTok or whatever it is to engage with your favorite content creator. You can go and shop on e-commerce on your mobile phone. There's a lot of ways to be able to engage. Next slide, please. Web 3. Okay, so now we're at the present, or somewhere. We're like 2.5, 3, something like this. So Web 3 is known as the ownership economy. And I mean, there's a lot of different jargon and information here, but what I do really want to get into is just to say that number one is that ownership, you own it, so it's decentralized. When you start learning about Web 3, it's like learning hieroglyphics or a foreign language, because it is so hard to understand. You start learning about the blockchain. You don't know what block or chain is, and then you got to put it together at the same time. So there are a lot of words to know, but just very simply, it's decentralized, meaning that no one owns it, and you can own whatever that asset or that digital piece of collectible or whatever it may be by yourself. And I think the key with Web3 is being able to earn money. So you're not giving money to the man, you're owning it through yourself in your own wallet. And you can actually have royalties, for example, in perpetuity, which also means forever. Next slide, please. All right, you guys all following? I can't tell if you're sleeping or not. Okay. I was like, I think we need some coffee here. All right, so very quickly, we all have images and logos. They're recognizable, but also this is just good for a brief overview of the brands that you may know in Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3. And if you can see here, I mean, if you're a Gen Z, if we got any Gen Z in the house, and I won't, okay, someone raised their hand, all right, I wasn't gonna shame you. No, I'm kidding. No, we don't, there's no shame in the game or no shame in your age. Like I said, I already told you my age. But Web 1 is days of AOL. So maybe you heard about that from the dinosaurs that have lived. And then Web 2 is all about the social media, whether or not it's Instagram or Snap or Twitter. And then Web 3, the ownership economy. Some of these brands you may have heard about. Decentraland, and just quick plug, they are having their Metaverse Fashion Week for the second year. It isn't spatial, so if you're wondering what digital fashion is, that would be a good one to take a look at. Mirror is also something I just wanted to point out very quickly. It is a decentralized blogging platform, so you can sell your blog articles as an NFT or a digital piece of writing that people can buy, sell, trade, and you can earn money from that. Next slide, please. All right, I speak really fast, right? Am I speaking too fast? All right, cool. All right, this is why I love being back in America, because people can keep up. Because when I was in Asia and I had to speak, I definitely had to work on my speed of speech. And I also know we don't have that much time, and I just want to be as impactful as possible. All right, so very quickly, why does Web 3 matter? And these are only 5 different reasons, but there are many, many more than this. But for the purpose of this conversation, I just wanted to highlight specifically 5. So the first one I want to highlight is that community. It is not. If you are a brand or a business, they are not your customer. You are not, this is a very Korean phrase, by the way, you are not sticking a straw on them and sucking out their money. You are partnering with them. You are co-creating with them. You are working with them to actually build something. Okay, and I just want to say another aspect of community is, if you are someone who does not have a business or brand, that's totally okay. You can join a community, like-minded people rallying around a specific cause, artwork, whatever it may be. There are so many different sectors within the internet, and especially Web3, that you could be a part of, whether or not they're NFTs, women and non-binary communities, cultural communities, DAOs. I mean, there's a lot of different opportunities for you to get engaged. Second is utility. I heard that we are getting sorry, I had to adjust my clothing, but I heard we were getting a POAP here. So if you don't know what a POAP is, there is a ticket. So make sure to harass them and make sure you get your POAP. If you don't know how to set it up, I'll be happy to help you, or I'm sure anyone else who is helping to organize. But even with something like that, it's basically like a ticket stub, and there will be utility involved. I'm not gonna spill the tea on that because it's not mine to spill, but I'm sure they will talk about that. So get excited. And the third is what I mentioned earlier in terms of monetization. You get money on the primary market and the secondary market. Any sneakerheads in here? Okay, there's a couple. All right, so if you ever shop on StockX or GOAT, okay, so Nike does not make any money on the secondary market. You make money selling to Foot Locker or selling from the Nike store. You don't make anything on all the transactions that are happening on StockX or GOAT or anything like that. So the difference with Web3 is being able to monetize and make money from not just primary sales, so direct to consumer, but also consumer to consumer, which is the part that's very different. Lastly, last two, just quickly, ownership. You actually own the digital assets, which I mentioned earlier, in your wallet. So this could be IP rights for some of the projects. You might have seen the Bored Apes. If you watched the VMAs, there was Eminem and also Snoop. They used their Bored Ape characters or avatars, IP, whatever you want to call it. There's also people who own Bored Apes who have a restaurant or they're selling ape water. There's a lot of ways to be able to monetize that. I know the lawyers are maybe feeling a little bit itchy and uncomfortable because there's a lot of legality that goes into this that is addressed and also isn't addressed. So make sure to DYOR, do your own research. And finally, Web3 collaboration. Everything from, being a part of the journey, like I said, whether or not it's co-creation. There's also an element of redemption of physical products that we've seen before and probably we also haven't seen. Next slide, please. All right, give yourself a round of applause. Maybe you already knew this, but you just learned. I'm sure my parents, even though they hear me talk about all the time, shout out to Mama and Papa Park who are here. Next slide, please. All right, what are NFTs? I feel like you guys are experts, so I need to run through this quickly. Next slide. All right, so it's not a JPEG, which you already know, and probably you already have this conversation with everyone. You cannot right-click save. It is not yours. You don't own it. Yada, yada, yada. We all have this conversation. Okay, next slide. Okay, actually, I'm going to skip this because I feel like you already know a lot about NFTs, and I'm going to get to some of the more use cases. So we'll talk about digital fashion first. Who owns a digital wearable? Anyone? Okay, this is the minority portion. All right, great. This is my favorite part because we're going to help you to get dressed digitally. All right, next slide, please. Okay, all right, so this is a little bit embarrassing because I didn't know my parents were coming, but I think they've seen this on my social media. This is me in a sushi dress, okay? On the other side is Lady Gaga at the VMAs wearing red meat, okay? It is not sanitary to wear that. However, you can do it digitally and actually not worry about it. And if you've been using filters already on TikTok, Instagram, Snap, that is pretty much a form of digital fashion. It's just that people don't actually make that connection and think that viral TikTok filter that our Gen Z friend over there, Bold Glamour, that just went blasted and just went nuts all over the news and media, that is also digital fashion and digital beauty in a form of it. So I think I have kind of gone through most of this, but the one thing that I'll say is that AR filters, so augmented reality, is a part of that. Another one is wearing your virtual garments, your digital clothing, on your avatars or in real life. So people think that when they hear digital clothing, you can't actually wear it yourself, but I just wanted to show you guys the use case that you can. Next slide. And I think I have like 4 minutes, so I'm gonna run through very quickly. These are 3 platforms that I recommend checking out. The first one is Zepeto. Zepeto is a South Korean company that is owned by Naver. And what's really interesting about this, on my other slide, I had because this is a version that I actually can't show the video, but basically, long story short, this is my avatars that I dressed in Bake Up Beauty, which is the first multiverse beauty brand. Also, they are wearing some other brands, but the interesting part of this is that I can create avatars and they can be influencers and make me money. Okay, so literally, I do not have to sit there for 50 times, okay, to learn how to do the cuff it dance. Instead, I can make my avatar do it and make content and literally repurpose that all across the internet. And brands that you know, Nike, Aloe, Zara, even Blackpink, are already on this app and you could actually play with it. So you could also just download it for free. You do not need to pay money for that. The second one is the Fabricant, and full disclosure, I do work for the Fabricant. I'm the head of marketing and growth as well as Web3 and many other things, being a Series A startup. But as I mentioned before, it's really about a platform to co-create. So what I mean by co-create is that they have certain types of fabrics and styles, and you can be a part of the design process to create something versus literally receiving something and just using it. And the last one is, remember the sushi dress that I was showing you guys? 010 is where it's from, and 010 has a really cool experience during New York Fashion Week last year where they created a pop-up store. So you could literally go into the store, okay, and try on the clothing in a fitting room with your mobile phone. And so the sushi dress, dresses that light up on fire, you could literally take that and then post it on social media. There's a whole thing in terms of sustainability, about cost savings if you're a brand or a business, which in the short 15 minutes that I have, and I probably need to finish up soon, I'm not able to get into, but the business case for this is huge. I do have a video pinned to my TikTok if you want to take a look at the New York Fashion Week retail pop-up, which was the first in the world. Next slide, please. All right. How to jumpstart your journey, which actually most of you guys have, but let's add in a little bit more spice into this. So next slide. All right, so Twitter. How many people are on Twitter? Okay, if you're not on Twitter, then you gotta go make a profile and you have to be on Twitter. It is literally the lifeblood of having street cred in Web3. LinkedIn is great. You will get your brand connections, your business connections, but you will not have credibility within the Web3 community unless you have Twitter. And again, you'll get these slides at the end, so I know that I'm flattered you want to take photos of it. I really am. Next slide, please. Step 2, I just dropped some videos that you could check out if you want to learn more. And next slide, please. And study. Study, study, study. I'm gonna give you guys homework. Whether or not you like it or not, and whether you do it or not, I'll have no idea. You can DM me if you do it. But go and study these brands, okay? And again, I'm gonna send you guys the QR code at the end and you can download this for free. I'm giving it away. It took me a lot of time, by the way. Starbucks coffee. Go and sign up for Starbucks Odyssey. They are getting into Web3. Nike. .swoosh, also in Web3, go and sign up, both for free. So next slide. I think I need to wrap up in like a minute. They're entranced, so they haven't been hounding me yet. So you'll have a slide in there explaining what is different. It's basically an extension of your membership program for Starbucks, but you'll be able to, earn digital stamps. Keep in mind, they don't even talk about the blockchain. They don't talk about NFTs. It's just stamps. Next slide, please. All right, this is my show slide, so next slide. And the last slide is just a QR code. You can go and download the presentation for free. If you have any questions, I'm around for the next few days, but first of all, big shout out to Olayinka, IWB, and just everyone who has organized this event. It's just been a pleasure, and thank you very much. So let's freaking grow.
Was great. And I will be asking you a little more about the fashion thing. Okay, next up we have a panel of speakers coming up.
Chandra, spelled C-H. First of all, you're like the second Chandra I've ever met in my entire life, so nice to see you.
Hello, ladies. So myself, Chandra Verma, and I'm a blockchain engineer. It's been 7 years I'm working in blockchain field. I work with some NFT marketplaces, and I was working with Consensus. So I'm an ex-Consensus, and there I was working on MetaMask and Infura team. I was working with the Infura team. And right now, I am planning to change my role to learning more about the product, blockchain product specialty. So I am moving with my career. And what I can say about me, I am artist by heart and techie by profession. So, and I believe continuous learning, and yeah, in my spare time, I love to paint. Thanks.
Sierra, can you move I want you to be closer. I feel like you're so far away.
I promise I'm not trying to be far.
Hi, y'all. I'm Sierra. Happy Wednesday. I'm the founder of Good Juju. Good Juju is an online metaphysical and crystal store. We started accepting cryptocurrency as a payment method last year, and we offer a token-gated shopping experience for collectors of our crystal NFTs. So I'm really excited to talk about how NFTs intersect with e-commerce. Nice to meet y'all.
So again, when I first came on stage, I mentioned how most people thought that NFTs are just JPEGs or PFPs, which are profile pics. So the person that was speaking before us said that you should be on Twitter if you're into Web3 and you're into NFTs. She is right. But what you will find on Twitter is that there are tons of pictures, profile pictures, that are these doodles and all types of pictures that are not of themselves. And so I want to make sure that when we talk about this conversation, we're talking about how NFTs are not just PFPs, they're not just JPEGs. As Sierra mentioned, she uses them in her e-commerce store. And so all of our questions and discussion will be around that. But my first question for the panel, I know that the previous person went through NFTs, but I want to just make sure we're all level setting here. What, panelists, can you explain what an NFT is in layman's terms?
It's on? Sorry. Yeah, so I can explain simple NFT. So we can break what NFTs stand for. So NFT is non-fungible token. So non, you know what is the meaning of non. And fungible. So fungible is taken from Latin word, means to perform. It's not same as the fungus or the fungi thing. That's a different. So fungible means it's not interchangeable or, it's interchangeable and you can trade for something. So non-fungible, and token means you can trade something for. It's a voucher. So it's non-fungible means it's a unique token or it's a unique entity which you cannot change, you cannot trade or without any owner's consent. So that's non-fungible token.
Anybody else have anything to add there? Yeah, perfect. Think about dollars, $5, $20. Those are all fungible, meaning you can have any dollar in your hand and it has the same value. Okay, so what are some potential use cases for businesses to utilize NFTs? I'm going to go to you, Sierra, first, and then we'll move down the line.
Yeah, of course. So there are a ton. I'll speak to some of the ways we're using NFTs. We released our NFT collection in November of 2021. It's a series of editions. There are 81 total. They're halfway sold out, so if you're on the market to buy an NFT, there are still some available. But essentially, people who have an NFT in their wallet, so perhaps your wallet is MetaMask, or it's Coinbase, or it's Rainbow, you connect your wallet to our website, and then there are specific areas of the website and experiences that are reserved for people that own a token. For example, this most recent Black Friday, the best sales were reserved for NFT holders. So our 30% off for Black Friday was only for our collectors of our NFTs. We also recently started just giving crystals away for free to NFT holders. We have crystals that are listed on the website for $0, and you just pay shipping. And they're smaller and they're little tumbles and such, but just a nice touch for people who collect our NFTs. In addition, you can unlock specific products. So we could do a drop and then the general public doesn't have access, but if you're an NFT holder, you do. So membership, VIP perks, and kind of like distinguishing a group of customers so they can have access to special features and experiences.
Anna, how have you seen businesses use NFTs?
Right, so I think most recently we saw a lot of luxury brands jump into the NFT space and engage and kind of capture a new audience.
But they haven't gone well, though. And why do you think that?
Accessibility in terms of funds, right? Like it's very luxurious, very select few can access it, where some brands that did it well, they did a community engagement, building longevity through community and dropping, giving early access, dropping the luxurious, dollar signs attached to it. So I think it's the monetary. And also I think brands are learning how to market their NFTs. They're still getting to that space where they're trying to find out how it is the most way to effectively market these NFTs, these new and novel products to their audiences who are not crypto native.
So I'm going off script. Y'all don't know this question. I haven't presented this to you yet. Are they new products for the companies, or are they only being used as perks and loyalty? Like, is it a separate product line, a completely different vertical that the companies are going into, or are you seeing it as just a way to build loyalty within their customer base already? This is for anybody.
I can answer, yes. So actually what brands are doing, not only the luxury brand, but even so many big organizations, they are trying to connect with their customers. They wanted to understand what customer is asking, what they want, how loyal their customers, like Disney is working to understand how their customer is, like, how many times they go to park, what movies they are watching, and what is their behavior. So that's why they are using this NFT platform to connect with them, to build a community, so they can understand the behavior of the customer.
So it's more
more connecting, yeah.
So is it more of like a way to collect more data? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
okay.
You can say another way, yeah.
So on the back end, like technology-wise, like how are they doing that? Do you know?
So what they do, like they are giving special perks.
Okay.
to their customers. So like, more like new generations, they are very loyal and they are looking more those kind of product which are like, which they can connect, which are like, suppose is some charity. So if they are like, connect with something, and if that brand is also, so millennial is going to those kind of stuff. So all the brands, they are trying to understand like what they want and how we can engage more customer with that. So yes, they are creating like Nike. So Nike started this sneaker thing. So you can design your own. So like the new generation, they love doing all these things. They design their sneaker and then they create this 3D thing or NFT thing, and then you can order also. So it's kind of exciting.
Yeah.
And Nike is getting more customer in that way. So it's win-win situation for both.
Sierra, when you added NFTs to your offering, was it a separate business line, like a separate way for you to make money, or was it only strictly for loyalty? I guess especially in 2021, one, with the craze, and two, with COVID. Like, was that a different way for you to connect with your audience already, or just another way to make money?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, our main customer base that buys crystal from us, crystals over the last, Good Juju is turning 5 in October, so we've sold probably over, I don't know, 5,000 crystals in this last 5 years. It's incredible. A lot of our existing customers actually were not interested in the NFTs or the digital collectibles. So a lot of the people who have collected them are new customers to Good Juju, which for me, because of our NFT collection, I sold a museum quality $3,000 amethyst to this like rich crypto chick in San Francisco for the first time ever, because it exposed my business to someone with higher disposable income. So for me, that was interesting, kind of like getting my crystals in front of people who have money to invest in crypto, which, let's be honest, isn't always the average person.
Right. How did you even decide to add NFTs as a product offering?
It was my husband's idea, so thanks, Sultan. It was my husband's idea, actually. Crystals are something that are one of a kind. There are no two, just like people, just like the creator makes every person one of one, every crystal and every mineral that comes out of the earth is one of a kind. And my husband came to me one day and he was like, oh, have you heard about NFTs? You know, they're one of a kind, they're one of one. Like, so are your crystals. You should make crystal NFTs. And I was like, that's stupid. Like, that no one's gonna like that. And then I did it and it connected me with some of the most incredible, intelligent, badass women I've ever met. It's been like, now I know crystal enthusiasts in India and in Africa and all over the world. So it was my husband's idea.
It's okay. We won't give him credit.
I just wanted to add something. Like as Sierra mentioned, that some of her customers, they are like, they just lost interest when they own NFTs. So I think from your perspective, you have to engage more with those kind of customers who already own some NFT from your site. So you can like, give them some perks, or you can open your account with some NFT trading platforms so they can trade. So let them play around with, like the kids, you have to like, engage them, like what they can do with their toys. So you have to do that. So you can retain those customers. And they will like, then they will be more interested to what next, what is coming. So yeah, that's just it.
So Anne, I wanted to ask you, off what Sierra just said and Chandra just said, how are companies marketing NFTs now? Like, what is it's obviously different than their regular product offering. What are some of the different ways that they're marketing? And then Sierra, I'm going to ask you specifically how you decided to go about marketing your NFT.
Right. So Sierra is like the perfect use case. And intuitive and business owner who's moving on with the times is really, you naturally progressed with the trend and really spoke to your customer base and tapped into new ones. So it's truly what NFTs are doing for us. But in terms of utilizing NFTs, they're really engaging and building loyalty. Those are two things that NFTs are doing for brands. And I'll go back to Sierra. It's the engagement and exclusive access. You've done that. It's the collectibles aspect. Again, it's an engagement, longevity, and retention. It is the loyalty and rewards, so customers can make purchases, attain NFTs, then cash in the NFTs for exclusive discounts, limited time products. And lastly, NFTs are being used for storytelling. And I think that's the most compelling way audiences can relate to brands through storytelling, and NFTs are able to really convey unique origin stories, partnerships, relationships. I'll right onto that from my personal experience. I worked for an NFT project, and we did a sponsorship event with a female lightweight boxing champion in Vietnam, and she had the most amazing rags to riches story, and how she sold lottery tickets on the streets in order to pay for her training to be a boxing champ, and eventually to become a boxing champ. And we were able to tell that story through NFTs collection, which then got auctioned off and went to her, and the proceeds went to her favorite charity. So it can do so much, bring a lot of value in terms of authenticity and telling brand story.
So now we have to go there. Okay, I'm coming back to you, Sierra. Don't worry. But so when you say storytelling, and you brought this beautiful example of using it for the athlete in Vietnam. Tell me exactly what that means. What does it mean that you used NFTs for storytelling? Did you create a collection of NFTs that told that story? Talk to us about what that actually entailed.
Exactly that. Exactly that. So we had her life story, or story of struggle, rags to riches, from rags to championship, told in 6 NFTs.
And they were, what type of NFT were they?
Pixelated.
Okay.
Pixelated, old-fashioned 80s style pixelated type NFTs, captured her image, captured event in her life. And from then on, we were able to capture that moment that was actually we collaborated with her, so we worked one-on-one with the champ, and she identified each events in her life that really spoke to her. Through that collaboration, we created that NFT, and story was told.
And did you guys create a community around that? How was the marketing? Yeah.
Exactly. So it's such a natural, great question, how you lead to this. It's awesome. So yes, so we already had a community that rallied around her.
Where was the community?
Multifaceted. This was a project in Asia, so it was in Vietnam, Korea, and Taiwan. That's where the community stemmed from. But overall, it was community that lived online. They were the sports enthusiasts, so they come with they have slightly different behavior than other typical communities. Asian community as sports fanatics.
On Discord?
Oh, yes. Telegram. Telegram. We had
amazing. Not many people use Telegram.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that. And the only reason why I want to get more detailed and stuff like that, and the actual examples, is because how many of you guys are business owners in here? A lot of you. And so I want to make sure that you guys have tangible ways that you can use NFTs. And obviously this was for someone who's marketing herself as a business, obviously. But there are just so many ways that NFTs can be used to engage your community and engage your client base, and your customers. And so I really want to make sure that we're getting down to like the brass tacks of what that actually means. So Sierra, when you decided that you were going to do NFTs, it's 2021, it's COVID, you're in the house, you're like, oh my gosh, your husband is talking to you like, what are NFTs? How did you decide to go to market with your NFTs? And did you already have an online community?
Yes. So our business is very popular on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. So I had like a wide net I could cast in terms of people who are already looking for our content and interested in crystals and interested in using technology to purchase crystals. Because there are a whole group of people who believe like, nah, I gotta go to the metaphysical store and I gotta touch it and feel it and like it needs to vibe with me. So I already have kind of dialed in on the people who are like, nah, I can buy a crystal online. So I'm like, okay, we're over one hurdle. But essentially, I use social media. Twitter is really big for NFTs and Web3. So we started on Twitter. We made a Discord server that was very short-lived because unfortunately, I don't know, I'm not Gen Z, so it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I think I'm just over that hump of Discord people. So that was short-lived. So we primarily stuck to Reddit, Twitter, and there's also an NFT community on TikTok, but I would say that Reddit, Discord, and Twitter.
This is a complete aside, but was Twitter just like content, or did you have a Twitter DM group going?
Twitter Spaces.
Twitter
Twitter
Spaces
are like a thing in NFTs and Web3. Like there are constantly Twitter Spaces going. So I started by just like going up in Twitter Spaces being like, hi, I'm Sierra. I have a crystal NFT collection, which gets a little like awkward and exhausting, but that is how a lot of my first collectors discovered the collection, was me talking about it in a space or doing a collab. We did a lot of collab with like other projects and founders.
That was my next question to the panel. Was partnerships have been really important to Black At and how we have grown and let the Web3 community know about what we're building. And so I wanted to know, how can businesses use their NFTs but forage partnerships to grow their communities, grow their customer base, sell their NFTs? What have you guys seen just out in the world doing the work that you've done? Anna, do you want to go?
I can totally go. Yes. Influencers, partnerships are very crucial in launching an NFT or launching any product in Web3. In the client that I work with currently in a DeFi space, it's a little bit venturing off of NFTs here, but partnerships are extremely crucial because they add additional value in terms of an audience, somebody projecting and exposing your project to audience that would never be exposed to you organically. They can offer value-added content. So partnerships are extremely crucial and important. Yeah.
I just would like to add one more thing. Like we saw this in Super Bowl, where NFL and Ticketmaster they partner to create one NFT for each of the viewers in the stadium. So which seat they were sitting, which section they were sitting, based on that they create an NFT token for them. So all the fans, they were like feeling like they are included and this thing, that they are part of the NFT, and it's a win-win situation for everybody. So yeah.
So did you have anything to add on partnerships or?
Yeah, I think it's important to like leverage like-minded communities. For example, like we have a crystal NFT collection, so our collabs are often with communities focused on yoga, meditation, natural wellness, and there are a lot of us like little natural kind of weirdos in Web3. It's interesting how we all found each other. It's like everyone has like a Bitcoin story, then they have like a shroom story. I'm like, okay, like we somehow,
wait a minute.
we found each other. But yeah, no, I think partnerships are important, and like just aligning with people who have similar interests, getting out there.
Yeah, for sure. And then one of the ways that Black At has partnered is similar to what everyone has said here, is that we really looked at communities that were very similar to ours, that had similar goals. The community members understood our purpose. And so what we did was we either offered our NFT to their community or they offered their NFT to our community, so that we are both growing our communities and we're both selling our NFTs and allowing our community to meet other folks that are in the Web3 space. And so you want to find communities or companies, or I guess companies that have very similar client base, or even a client base that's slightly different than yours, that you can use to market whatever it is that you're trying to sell, or tell the story that you're trying to sell, all of that. So let's switch base, or let's switch. Let's just switch. Let's go to a different topic here. So when you guys have these NFTs that you're selling or stories that you're telling, and you have people that have never been in Web3 in the NFT space at all, how are you, let's talk about security. Like, how are you ensuring that the NFTs are safe, secure, that these new wallets that people are creating are not being drained? Chandra, I'm going to go to you first, and then we can talk about some of the tactical ways that you guys protect your community as you're selling your NFTs.
Yeah, so there are so many things when you start working on or start thinking about trading NFT or creating NFT. First of all, you should do, there is a thing is called DYOR, do your own research. So look for everything, all the platform you are using, your wallet, your security. You should know how to use your wallet. You should know what browser you are using. It is secure. Your machine is secure. And what creator profile is NFT is authentic, is not fake, or the URL itself for the website where it is coming from, it should be not the fake one, or it should not be scam like that. So first, you should be do a lot of research, not just go on any site and start buying or selling things. Even the big NFT platform, they are also not very secure. But from their perspective, they are continuously running their security measures to how to stop scam, and they are profiling all the creators and who are posting NFTs. And whenever there is there is a NFT drop, and who is buying, so both side, buyer or seller, both side you have to look, go to their profile, read about them. There are so many fake artists, and they use big names to create their account and go for a scam. So one is this thing, and another thing is the wallet security. So if you lost your key, then you lost everything. Doesn't matter, is it like your NFT or your money, your crypto, everything is gone. So you should know how to secure your wallet, how to secure your key, don't lost it. Like in our previous session, we were talking dog eat the seed phrase. So you should not be that careless that anybody can play around with your seed phrase. It is you should secure it.
All right,
properly.
guys, so I got the word while you were talking, Chandra, that we're done. Our panel is over so quick. And so I just want to I know it's sad, right?
Yeah.
It's really sad. So I just want to give you guys a second, just, where can they find you? Give them a call to action, and then we'll go to the next panel. Go ahead, Anna, go.
Yeah, I can totally go. LinkedIn, Anna Bittner, or you can just find me and our marketing agency at 5 Goats. That's us, and hope to connect with all of you. Such a pleasure to be here.
Chandra?
Yeah, you can connect me on LinkedIn, and yeah, I love to talk on anything. I'm still in my learning, in my career, I'm learning so many things. Every day there are so many things coming up, something new. So yeah, connect with me and we can discuss from there.
Sierra, where do we buy crystals and NFTs?
Goodjuju.com. I'm Juju Mama on Twitter, JUUMAMA. Would love to connect. Find me. I have the crystals on. You can't miss me.
And then, guys, if you are Black and you love Web3 and want to learn about Web3, please go to blackat.io, .io. So the word Black, the word at.io, and we'd be happy to have you in our community. Okay, I think we're done. Yes? All right.
Thanks, everyone.
And this is from my days as a teacher, right? So we just want to stretch our body, arms up to the ceiling, and back down again. Hopefully this means everybody will be nice and alert after lunch.
And as they say in the NFT world, good morning.
Thank you for that. So today we're going to talk about NFT as utility. Before we get started, I just want to take a few minutes to introduce ourselves. So I'll be passing the mic along. I'll start. I'm Shira Sabor. I am a Web 2 turned Web 3 blockchain developer. I'm also a product manager who is enthusiastic about bringing women and Black and brown people into the blockchain space.
Hey guys, I'm Sonia. Good morning. It's an internal joke, I think, in the NFT space that somewhere in the world it's good morning, and also the era that we are ushering in, it's the dawn of a new era. So we always wish each other good morning. I'm the founder of Orbis 86. We started off as an NFT project. We are moving towards building onboarding platform. The larger mission for us is to be a part of a movement where we are onboarding 1 billion people to Web3 through arts, entertainment, and education. So thank you so much for being a part of that journey, because the best way we could actually be present, right, be a part of the journey is by being present. And for everyone who's here, thanks for doing that. In the past, I have had an illustrious career as a Java developer. Then I moved into product management. I've worked with Deloitte, Broadcom, quite a few Fortune 500 companies. And I'm very excited to be in this new, well, not so new era of Web3 now, where we have an opportunity to make a difference in the world. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Grace. I am the social media manager at World of Women. World of Women is the leading artist-led, mission-driven, blue-chip NFT brand that's celebrating art, representation, inclusion, and equity for all. Thank you so much for having me.
Hello, I'm Barbara Bickham. I'm the founder and general partner at Trailin VC. I actually do 3 things. Trailin VC is a fund for diverse deep tech founders. Deep tech in our world is blockchain, AI, quantum, IoT, and Web3, which we kind of think of as experiences. I also have Trailin Ventures, which is my company that helps investors and entrepreneurs understand all this emerging deep tech. So I work a lot with people on their deployments of NFTs or blockchains or data or AI, things of that nature. And the last thing I do is I'm the host of the Female VC Lab podcast, Journey of Female Venture Capitalists. So we have 68 episodes up, and we're everywhere on that one. All right, I'll kick it back.
Okay, thank you for that, panelists. So let's get right into it. We know that NFTs are on blockchain tickets to ownership for their holders, right? So what makes utility NFTs different than regular ones is that they provide real-world value for their holders that goes beyond just valuation. In other words, they provide access to benefits that are immediate and tangible for their owners, okay? So my first question for you is, what are some of the most innovative utilities that you've seen in terms of NFTs? And this could either be professionally or on a personal basis.
You want me to kick that one off?
Go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, so there's kind of two that I've seen most recently. One that I'm participating in personally is the Starbucks Odyssey. I don't know how many people love Starbucks. Yeah, that would be me as well. But Starbucks has their NFT platform. It's out in beta. You had to get an invitation to get on there. And they said, you have 3 days to get this invitation. So I clicked it. And this cool thing that they're doing with their kind of NFTs is, and they call them stamps. They don't call them NFTs, but they are NFTs. What they're doing is they're gamifying it. So you have to do certain activities in order to get the points, in order to unlock the stamps. And then they do have a secondary market for these stamps. And so they have different unique things, like the lady that was the drawn for the Starbucks cup, and they have other kind of NFTs there. And that's kind of cool. So the one they're working on this week is you have to unlock so many points, and then they also have an AR experience there as well. So Starbucks has really had a lot of thinking around how they want to interact with the people, not only digitally but also physically. Because some of your activities is you have to go in the store and order Starbucks, of course. So that's one. The other one that I participated in personally as well was I was at the Weeknd concert, and I had no idea who the Weeknd was till I went to the Weeknd concert. But that was sponsored. Yeah, everyone's laughing at me, as you should. And so at the concert was very interesting because Binance had sponsored this concert. And so one of the things that they had from a utility side was they gave you this kind of band, and on the side of the band they had the POAP where you could like scan it right there in the concert, but they did the call out inside of the concert before the concert went on. So that was kind of a cool Web3 experience in my mind. And we all have seen the news about Amazon. So we'll see what Amazon does with their NFTs.
Okay, so you bring up a very important point, and particularly since I noticed there are a lot of business owners who are in the audience. Gamification is a very powerful tool, particularly on the blockchain because of the ledger nature. So it's very easy to track who customers are and get access to data in terms of usage and that sort of thing. So what people can do, you can very easily create incentive programs for people to interact with your dApp. So you can track how much they're using it, you can give them incentives for using it more, and that sort of thing as well. And that's exactly what you mentioned in your case.
Exactly.
So that's something for business owners to think about if you're considering how your business is going to interact with the blockchain. Gamification is definitely one of the more powerful utilities for NFTs.
I'd love to add on to that. I'll speak from my professional experience. So at World of Women, we offer many utilities to our holders, from owning the underlying IP of your WOW or WOW Galaxy, to our many philanthropic donations to charitable causes, to having access to attend a once-in-a-lifetime event such as our NFT NYC party where Madonna herself performed, to fostering community through meetups and networking, to collecting free artwork during ArtFest, and all simply for being a holder.
That's really awesome.
I'm going to actually touch on a few different things here. Let me ask you a question, right? How many of you know how big is the counterfeit industry? Pretty big? Yeah, I can't remember the figures at the top of my head. However, in counterfeiting, yes, there are billions of dollars lost, not just to brands, but there are also lives lost. I'm talking about counterfeiting of drugs, food items. So many times, people are buying counterfeit products. They don't know that. If you're buying a counterfeit Versace handbag, what's the worst that could happen, right? Like, you've wasted a lot of money. But you go and buy a counterfeit medicine, you actually risk losing your life. Or something even worse, end up in a vegetative state, and you would wish that you probably had died. With NFTs in the supply chain space, these things are changing. So now you can track it at every single touch point. And if you think about it, right, many times when you're looking at NFTs from a PFP project, we are like, oh, everything, that's a one of one. It all looks different. Yes, it could all look similar, but it's all different. Now you think about strips of medicine, right? If you have your medicine, like whatever. So you look at strips of medicines, they might all look similar, but technically each strip is different. It's the same as all of us. Each one of us is technically a non-fungible token, right? Even with twins, there's just one of us. So with these medicines, for example, the counterfeiting thing, you have a QR code that is specifically generated for each one of them. You can track it, you can see the entire journey, and you can validate whether it is the real product that you're buying or not. For people who splurge thousands of dollars on branded merchandise, a lot of the merchandise now come with NFC chips, which can then be attached to dynamic NFTs. So far on blockchain, we have immutable NFT states. However, we are now looking at the concept of dynamic NFTs, right? And with that concept being brought in, at every touch point, the data gets updated. So if you are buying a Versace handbag and that's a counterfeit product, and even if they try to take the QR code, it could actually already show as sold and could also be geotagged to a certain location. So you know that whatever shit they're selling you is not the real shit. So this is just in the supply chain. A practical use case that I'm seeing being built out right now, in the SCM industry, they're already using it, but I'm from the Bay Area. So California, DMV of California, recently, in January, signed an MOU with Tezos, which we know is a pretty good chain out there. And they're going to look at kind of issuing car titles as NFTs, right? So these are perfect use cases. If you think about it, each car is unique. And in NFTs, so there's a big difference, right? Sometimes people say that, hey, your medical records, your certifications, your ID proofs could be on-chain and it could be an NFT. The difference is that NFTs can be transferred, right? So anything that has to do with credentialing should not be able to get transferred. It should be tagged to your decentralized ID. That is where the concept of soul-bound tokens comes into play, which are, like, in the simplest terms, non-transferable NFTs, right? So it just stays in the wallet of one person. Car titles, however, or even your registration documents for your houses, I mean, all of these use cases we have spoken about so many times, they can change owner. At the same time, you can also add valuable information as to whether a car is a lemon or not, right? And now you can see that information on-chain. So California DMV is taking the lead and actually creating a use case around it. And it's very amazing to just see in the past couple of years, things go from theory into practice.
So that's pretty cool. And if anyone has ever had to order a birth certificate from out of state before and know how long that process takes. So these are definitely real world use cases where blockchain is providing an advantage over traditional methods, right? So that's something we're seeing either in terms of time, cost, or efficiency, where doing things on chain is an advantage over doing it in the traditional ways. So that leads me into my next question. Again, which we have a lot of business owners in the audience. So what are some of the ways that utility NFTs assist with monetization and new revenue streams for content creators and or owners?
For business owners, we just now spoke about NFTs being used for supply chain tracking. Another very popular use case that even Amazon is actually pushing forward, digital twins of the physical products. So we normally call them as fidgetals. So if you are Nike, you could have shoes, but you also have like a digital representation of the shoe. And that actually can be used across various metaverses or other games too that allow for asset imports. So business owners can use that, right, in a couple of different ways. If their consumer base is more like Gen Zers or millennials, actually the more recent report showed that more millennials are into NFTs particularly than Gen Z is. But meet people where they are at. You don't have to tell them that, hey, this is an NFT, you know? They are getting a cool digital collectible of whatever item they're buying, and they can use it in games. So that's one way to incentivize your holders. The other thing, obviously, as I mentioned, is authenticity. So especially when you say you're supporting local artists, you're supporting local artisans, some brands, you know, when you tag it with an NFT, you have that going. And even beyond that, I think just in the previous panel, we had Sierra talking about our crystal NFTs and using that to discover a completely new customer segment. So according to me, those are a couple of different ways in which you could, at the moment, complement your existing businesses, augment them, make them ready for digitization, and reach a newer audience if that's not there. And for your existing audience, you provide them a layer of authenticity, a layer of like digital twins being used, which is just something fun that they could work with.
Actually, just to add to your point, which you mentioned, important data point for World of Women is that most of our holders in our community are millennials, millennial women specifically. And I do believe that Gen Z will be the future and they'll be leading the charge, but I think a lot of people are intimidated by the word NFT. They can sometimes feel excluded by that. So just being more inclusive in our language and maybe not always using NFT. Just to go back to the revenue streams and the monetization. So at WOW, we're very grateful to have a diversified business model at an early stage as a tech startup, earning revenue from the following. So we have our primary sales of both of our drops, both World of Women and World of Women Galaxy. We've earned royalties from secondary sales. We have IP licensing with our partners and also physical goods, as you mentioned.
All right. So under Trail and Ventures, I work with an anime company. And so we are stretching on how we create new revenue streams. What we're doing at the anime company is we are cutting out kind of the middle person for these anime creators because they have been very marginalized. And so from that perspective, some of the new revenue streams we're creating for them is, well, actually they'll end up getting more revenue because their IP, they'll have underlying IP that they can monetize. And they'll have IP in many levels. Because creation also, because we also come from kind of TV and film and things of that nature, we understand that you have to have massive distribution in order to monetize things. So we're not only looking at the digital monetization, which is your traditional, you know, creating an NFT, doing token gated content, doing special events, doing, you know, potentially a DAO, doing some other things of that nature. But we're also looking at how do we take their digital content and make it physical content as a piece of distribution. So how do we make a t-shirt? If we're doing manga, how do we make a book? If we're doing anime, how do we make a TV series? How do we make a short series? So we're looking at it at many levels. It's not just gonna be like, here's your NFT and it's just like, almost like Bored Apes. We're thinking about it as, how do you blend traditional with new business models and revenue models to create all of those different revenue streams? So we're looking at all the different distributions. We may have distribution on the phone, we may have distribution on traditional television sets, and we're looking at blended models. Like, how are we gonna use sponsorship of a TV show in order to lift our NFT up? How are we going to utilize like traditional subscription models or unlock traditional subscription models with the NFTs and the artists' creations? So these are kind of some of the blended models we're looking at in order to create these different models that most people aren't really thinking about.
That's great. And I think, you know, going back to the question of creativity, one of the projects I heard about is one that deals with conservation in South Africa. So they have many of the rural lands with fragile biospheres that are being threatened by invasive plant species. So what they've decided to do is they are creating NFTs for parcels of the land, and then the owners will have information about the species that exist on it. They're also going to have an audio component where they can actually hear what it sounds like in that space. They're thinking about creating a metaverse experience where you can visit it. And so these are sort of creative ways to deal with an issue like preserving the land and conservation. I've actually challenged the project to push it a step further and introduce gamification, because I feel like in that way you can get a broader audience for people who are not necessarily technical in terms of NFTs and how they work, or sophisticated concepts like carbon sequestration and how all that works. You can have a regular everyday person in South Africa or even here in the US who maybe is playing a game, right? And at some point they have to have a digital wallet, and then that person also becomes onboarded onto the blockchain and is contributing to the project as well. So that's just something to think about as you're developing projects. Think about how to get a mass market for what you're doing as opposed to necessarily a niche market. And that brings me to my final question, which is, what are ways that we can onboard new users and wider audiences onto the blockchain? Because as you mentioned, for a lot of people, even talking about NFTs or technical things, they might feel a bit afraid or feel like it's something that's out of their realm.
Yeah, I would love to touch on this point. I think we missed one question about the advantages that NFTs offer over traditional methods of ownership and authentication. We can
And the reason why we missed that question is because our panelists actually, she covered it, yeah. But go ahead if you want to add to that as well.
Oh, no. I did have an answer I wanted to share, but I can circle back to that and instead talk about onboarding first. So yeah, we need to drive the inclusivity of women, of non-binary people through education and mentorship. We know that there is a massive gender gap in the tech industry as a whole, and NFTs and Web3 are certainly no exception. The reason that World of Women was founded by our creator Yam Karkai is because she saw no representation out there. There were no women-founded projects, much less were there depictions of artwork that represented diverse women. So in order for us to accelerate the onboarding of women and girls into Web3 and promote gender inclusivity, World of Women is prioritizing education and mentorship programs that are specifically aimed towards them. These programs can help us build awareness in the general mass audience space of Web3, provide training and support to women and girls, and offer mentorship opportunities to women and non-binary creators, collectors, and developers. And by creating more inclusive and diverse community, we can drive innovation and build a stronger and more resilient ecosystem for the future. In honor of International Day of the Girl, the World of Women Foundation launched the Let's Met program, which was a 10-day program activating 300 girls and women to learn about Web3 by gifting them their first NFT. The World of Women Foundation was granted by the Sandbox funding of over $25 million over 5 years to drive female inclusivity through education. So this is certainly a massive part of our mission.
Okay. Barbara, did you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go, no worries. So clearly Starbucks is, if you think about what we're using in our everyday lives, I love Starbucks and I love Amazon even more. If you look about how things are starting to move in our everyday lives and how these huge companies now are going to start deploying out NFTs and start utilizing NFTs, I think that's going to speed up the retail adoption, that's what I'll call the retail adoption. But I agree with Grace here, right? Who is building this? I am one of the builders in this space, and you have to think about who is building these blockchain, these NFT projects, and that's very, very important for us to continue to think about who's developing these projects, because without that piece, we'll still be here again having this same conversation.
So when we talk about mass adoption, right, and I was talking about this at the table too, how is it that TikTok could get over 1 billion users in a span of a couple of years, and even after a decade, we have less than 100 million people over the world who are using blockchain, who are even really active in Web3 today? Yeah, I mean, that's something to ponder upon, right? So you're talking about mass adoption. What does mass adoption mean, right? First, we have to also think about that. And we have, this year, we surpassed 8 billion people in world population. So I don't know whether to say kudos to that or say, oh, shit. I'm not sure. But whatever that is, 100 million out of 8 billion, it's such a tiny fragment. It's like not even the tip of the iceberg, because I'm pretty sure the iceberg has more on top. So when we think about mass adoption, yes, you need to onboard both. You need to onboard the creators as well as the consumers. And in terms of onboarding the creators, education, right? But education in a way that is non-intimidating, and it doesn't make them feel like, oh my God, this is not something that I can pick up. So using the terms that they are familiar with. Do you sound smarter when you go and tell people, oh, you know what, this is an NFT, and they're like, what the fuck is an NFT, right? Or you tell them that, okay, this is a cool digital collectible. And not all NFTs are digital collectibles, right? But when they are, you just call it that. And when they're ready with it, you go a step further and explain it to them. So this year, as part of our 3 pillars, like art, entertainment, education, we are going to be at Comic-Con. And one of the concepts we have is we will be giving out the comic books, and there would be a QR code behind that. So people who have bought the comic book, it would just say, okay, scan this QR code to get the digital version of your comic book, right? That digital version would be an NFT. They have to enter their email to get that NFT, and thereby the onboarding starts. So after that, sending them a series of 3 to 5 emails explaining to them that, hey, this digital collectible that you have, it also has a marketplace where you can trade it, right? So that's just one of the ways in which you could do that. The other part, and I think Barbara already mentioned that, is really reaching out to those millions of people. So that is where I feel that the existing enterprises using NFTs is what's going to put it in the hands of the people. So how many of you know that Xbox has been using NFTs for a couple of years now? There are at least a couple of hands that are up there, right? For most of us, we don't know about it because Xbox, it's a closed ecosystem on which they're using NFTs, but all of their existing licensing, royalties, and everything for their gaming, they're using the NFT tech for that. So the lead consultant, Will Entricken, was the guy who also was the lead author for the ERC 721 spec, which is the NFT spec. But because we don't see those NFTs on OpenSea, we don't know about them, right? So as a tech, it's already being used, but the commoner is not exposed to it. And finally, the third thing for creators that I would say is, I know that we have representation from different chains as well, and I love that. I know earlier we had Stellar, I see ladies from EOS Foundation out there. And the one thing I would say with all of the new chains and DLTs that are coming over is creating those no-code platforms for onboarding people easily. Because if you think that an artist needs to go and create a smart contract to then launch their NFT collection, no way that's happening, mama. That's just not happening. So just make it easier for people.
Sure. So there are a few things that I want you to walk away from this discussion knowing, right? So we've covered what is a utility NFT, what makes them valuable. We've talked about some of the innovative things that are being done, as well as, if you're considering how you can incorporate it into your business, what are some of the advantages over traditional ways of doing it, as well as some strategies and things to consider when broadening your market in terms of adoption. So I want to go back to one of our original points, which was, what makes this more advantageous? I believe there was something you wanted to add to that.
Sure. Yes, so I just wanted to mention kind of the points that I had gone over previously, which are just that the holders in our community are active contributors. They're key stakeholders in our shared mission, and it comes with many benefits. So that's why it's advantageous. So owning a World of Women or a WoW Galaxy is so much more than the NFT itself. It's having the freedom to use the WoW's artwork for launching a product like a candle, coffee, green juice, which, by the way, these are all real products that have been created by our community. Just by holding a WoW NFT, you are contributing to charitable causes such as climate justice initiatives, supporting humanitarian efforts after natural disasters, and women's rights organizations around the world. You're able to support artists and build your own art collection for free with ArtFest. Our team commissions the work and you benefit from it. It's a golden ticket to many experiences. I know you mentioned it was a ticket before, both IRL and virtual, from the annual WoW Gala, which happens in person, to community meetups, to gaming in the metaverse with Sandbox, and just simply finding connection and networking with other people who just have a WoW or a WowG PFP on social media.
Okay, thank you for that. So hopefully you have some additional ideas for things that you could do or incorporate into your own projects that she mentioned, right? So finally, I just want to thank you for coming. As somebody who has helped organize this conference, your participation here really means a lot to me. And I want to leave you with a challenge, right? So as you can see, we've talked about the dearth of representation in terms of projects and creators in the space. So for those of you who are in the audience who are interested in starting a project, please reach out to myself or other people in the room. We have connections with developers as well as business managers and people who can add value. And then I just want you to go out there and change it. So the next time we come back next year, we'll be talking about your project instead. Thank you.
I love that segue into, yes, come back next year with new projects. I'm sure this, I know with myself, this has gotten my wheels turning about, what's going to happen next between here and next year. So right now, I just want to inform you all that we have POAP and on that tablet on the Fidelity table over there, that you can scan for your NFT. It's a proof of attendance to this meeting. So we have like special NFTs going around as well for this meeting. So we have another NFT panelist coming up, but just to let you know, at that table over at Fidelity, we have just scan it in through your phone, and you don't have to have your wallet connected. You could just put in your email and it'll get sent to your email. If you do have your wallet, virtual wallet, it can be sent there as well. Okay, thank you. And now coming up, we have a college NFT collection that's going to be presented by Francesca.
Hello, hello. I'm just gonna keep my phone here to keep track of the time, but how are y'all doing today? Great, great. I know the crowd's fading out. I know it's getting towards the end of the day, so just stick with me here. I think I would like to again thank the Black women in blockchain and the International Women in Blockchain for organizing this. This is an amazing event. I'll tell you a funny story. So, well, before that, I'll introduce myself. So I am Francesca. I go short by Franny. I'm the president of VCU Blockchain, based in Richmond, Virginia. Thank you for giving me an excuse to get out of my classes. I appreciate that. So often, as president of a university blockchain club, we do a lot of elbow work in trying to get students engaged on campus and into the space, right? And one time, I was up there. We had our trifold board, right? We were at the club fair, and I'm passing out flyers. I'm trying to, we're having Polygon on campus, right? We're having a huge event, and I go to all these women that pass by, and they're like, oh, my boyfriend's into this, and I'm like, you can be too. Like, it's not mutually exclusive, right? Like, blockchain, crypto, Web3, Bitcoin, it's for everyone. It's not just for a select group of people, even though most of the sung heroes are, seem to be of one demographic. But with that being said, again, I thank you. I thank the organizers. I thank everyone who's put so much time and effort into this conference, and as well as the sponsors. So I'll get a little into VCU Blockchain, what we're about, and then I'll get into the college collection. So VCU Blockchain started 2 years ago under Connor Riley. I think some of you have met him at conferences. He's literally everywhere. He's graduated VCU now as working in finance. But we started under the ideals of just bringing blockchain, Web3, all this good stuff to students on campus, because what we were seeing is that this new industry promotes such an inclusive nature, an agnostic nature. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what you're studying, you can apply it to your field. We treat VCU Blockchain as a club where we're going to meet you where you're at. So it's an interdisciplinary club. I'm a fintech major, financial technology major. Yes, it's a major. Thank you. But this club is not just for business majors. There's art majors in there. There's graduate students in there. There's engineering students in there. We try and bring in all of these minds from the different departments at VCU together, because we think that bringing all these minds together can create beautiful things. And one of the things I really encourage people to do is look at these students, pay attention to these students, because if anything, this technology is going to disrupt some of the biggest traditional institutions, right? And it's going to happen within our generation. It's not going to happen within the boomer generation, the Gen X generation. It's going to happen within the Gen Z generation. So I'm shamelessly Gen Z. Shout out to all the Gen Zers out there. Raise your hand if you're a student in blockchain. Raise your hand. Yeah. Okay, so everyone else, please teach them, talk to them. Tell them what they need to know, because these students need to be educated, right? They're passionate, they have energy, and they're the ones that are gonna actually impact the change, cause the change, right? So again, for the third time, thank you for giving me this platform. I'll get a little bit into our NFT collection now. So VCU Arts is nationally ranked in the nation, honestly. We have the top fine arts school, visual arts school, graphic design school, even theater and music, to be honest. And there are two artists, Brandon Alvarez and Nash Ventris. They're amazingly talented people, Like, these people are so talented. And I was like, hey, we need to do an NFT collection. We can't be an art student or an art school, right, and not have an NFT collection. So we were gonna go, the classic route where we'd have VCU artists make NFTs. But how would we do it, right? Because I think we wanted to go for more. And what we ended up doing was we collaborated with a company called Loop Mobile. Loop Mobile is an A16Z invested company. They also received recently, within the past few months, they received a $200 million investment from GEM Investments, a global investments firm. And they reached out and they wanted to collaborate with us. And we're like, hey, let's have VCU pioneer the first university students NFT collection. So what we did is, we're still in a beginner phase, but what we did was we collaborated with the VCU men's and women's tennis team to make them their own NFTs sold on the Loop Mobile platform under the student athletes NIL standards. So what NIL stands for is name, likeness, and image, because we can't legally brand it as VCU NFTs because of IP rights, but because of the recent collegiate NIL standards laws being passed so that college athletes could make money, could make passive income from, we were able to do this NFT collection. And it's up on the website now. Right now it's just catered to VCU women's and men's tennis, just a select few of them. And we're trying to expand it to our baseball team, our basketball team, which is what VCU is mostly known for. But again, this isn't just limited to VCU. The collection is called Rising Star Collectibles. And what this aims to do is really have Loot Mogul collaborate with other universities to mint their own NFTs, their own student athlete NFTs. So what's really cool about VCU is that we're the first to do it with Loot Mogul. Honestly, the first university to do it. I haven't heard of any other universities that have been able to pull this off so far. But we want to be inclusive of other universities. And really the end goal here is that Loot Mogul is building out their own metaverse. They have metaverse athletic stadiums that are representative of the famous athletic stadiums all over the country. And we're trying to build out metaverse sports virtual reality, where you could, if you buy the student athlete NFT, you could have access to metaverse in-game items. You could have, we're trying to experiment with, what if we made collectibles that were important to the student athlete. For example, if a student athlete, male soccer team had soccer athlete had cleats, we made them digital cleats that could be sold in the marketplace and then be worn or collected in-game in the metaverse. So again, you can look them up at lootmogul.com. If you go in the NFT tab, scroll down to Rising Star Collectibles. All the NFTs there are made by VCU artists. They are 3D rendered, so they're not just drawn out on some 2D platform. They are 3D rendered, so a lot of work went into this. Again, these are very talented artists. I'm really happy to be presenting, talking about them here today. But in general, I really encourage people out there, especially you students, to go to campus, talk to other students, really encourage them to look at the space. This is a really inclusive space. It's a space for all. And we look forward to being the change, right? So again, with that being said, my time is up. But if you ever want to learn more about VCU blockchain or what we do, please come talk to me. You want to collaborate with us? Please come talk to me. You're in Virginia. Please come to Richmond and visit us. We're a city full of arts, music, and a lot of potential, not only within the art space, but in the tech space as well. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Francesca. We love to see the next generation taking a hold of this space. That's exciting. So, just a little bit of questions here. How many of you actually own at least one NFT? Fantastic. And then another. If you're thinking about getting your NFT out there and things like that, I think they've reiterated this a couple of times. Spaces like Twitter are fantastic spaces to go on and start cultivating a community. And then that's free marketing to get your NFT out there so you already have an audience. Because I know you guys know there's like a plethora of different NFTs and NFT artists out there now. Has anybody seen a really unique NFT? And what was so unique about the NFT? Fantastic. They are pretty unique, exactly. I saw, I think it was the ending of last year, there was a artist that actually sold her music video for 6 digits. She had a music video out there, she put it on her NFT and sold it. For choreographers, I know that they're now pushing into NFTs now, because in the past you had a lot of choreography stolen for free and actually used by famous entertainers as well. And now they're being smart about putting their NFTs out there. So if you steal my stuff, I have ledger and records to prove that that was my, original piece. And then we talked about earlier about how moms and dads are now using NFTs for birth certificates for their children. So once that child is born, it's literally a ledger that you can take with you all over the world. We were talking about if you misplace it somewhere, you have to, especially for countries who may go into war, like, what we're saying, what we're saying now, you don't have to worry about your documentation and things like that, right? And I want to get from the audience, what is an outlandish idea that you think or you would like to see blockchain going into or being used for? Real estate. They actually are already doing that into real estate. That's a really good one. We know that in the westernized world that realty is owning, like land ownership of homes are one of the quickest ways to become wealthy. Right? So now we are not only using, or realtors are not only using the platform and the ledgers to actually have proof and documentation, but then we also know that, just like Snoop Dogg bought acres in the metaverse of land and things like that. We're good? Okay. So if you guys took anything from today, I hope you guys have taken so much inspiration from our speakers, and we're so excited about what to come later on. We do have one more speaker coming up soon who's going to actually have slides about her photography NFT. And then after that, we're going to have NFT showcases that are going on right outside in the lobby that showcases some of our finalists that were chosen to actually produce their NFTs here for everyone to see today. And then...
So my name is May. How are you guys feeling? Great. But why are you all the way back there? Do you want to come up? There's so much space up here. It's cozy. Come and chill with me, honestly. Come, let's hold hands. That's what community is all about. So, thank you so much for being here. Actually, that is the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. First, I wanted to acknowledge that you're here, and I'm very grateful that you are, because without you, the NFT space has no value. The value is in us, human beings, first. The technology is just what we make, but it is not what has the power. It is us who make it. So I acknowledge that you're here, and I'm grateful. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time, patience, and for just being who you are. And that's what I think makes this day so important. Next slide, please. So that's me with one eye showing, but I'll explain why I picked that picture. So my name is May. I'm from Kenya. I actually come from a very small town called Kitale. It's in the western part of Kenya. I like to say that because when people say Kenya, most people think Nairobi, but not all of us are from the capital. I'm from a small farm town. Honestly, the picture I was going to put before this was of me farming. But then I was like, let me not stop being too dramatic. You don't need to see all that. I can just say I'm from a farm town. Actually today, my parents sent me pictures of the cows. Like that's the kind of communication I have with my parents is they'll send me, they say the cows are good, it rained so much, so it's starting to turn green, because we only have 2 seasons, rainy and dry season. Anyway, I could go a whole tangent. So I really rely on the slides because I'm a scatterbrain and I could go into several different directions. Like I see potholes in my head of how I could go. So if I don't have a guide like this, then and that's just the creative mind. We own it. We are like, it's okay. That's just how we are. And it's a superpower. So I live in Pittsburgh, PA currently. I just got here maybe not more than 40 minutes ago. I changed in the parking lot. I know this is too much information, but I did. And I'm very grateful for the gentlemen in the back who've helped me put the slide up here. It did not come before, so it came with me. So they just prepared it for us. Thank you so much. And so my life and how I see things as an artist is through a dual gaze. As an African who lives in Africa, has home in Africa, but also lives in Pittsburgh, so I have the American experience as well. So my life is full of duality, and so is my work. So with everything that you'll see, there's just 2 sides of my work. And that's why I chose that picture, because you see one eye and then there's the other side of me. But I'm a photographer, a storyteller, as you can tell. I've already started telling stories. That's just who I am. And there's so many stories from the road trip that I came on today. My gosh. Anyway, I am a community builder. I am one of the founding members of the Kenyan NFT community. I'm also a founding member of the NFTs for Social Good space. It's a community of artists and other actors in the space who are doing good with their NFTs, as in they sell their work and give a percentage or use their work as a resource for information to create awareness for something. So there's a lot of good that comes from it. And I do speak in events like this and also host spaces regularly. In fact, tomorrow, every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern, I host the NFTs for Social Good space, and that's where we get to connect with artists and other actors in the space who are doing good. And I am also fondly known as Aunt May by my friends who think I do sound like an aunt. I own it. I think it's a wonderful name. And yeah, I'm not related to Spider-Man whatsoever. So just in case, I just wanted to put out there in case anyone was wondering. There might be a resemblance, but no, we're not related at all. Next slide, please. So my background, I just wanted to quickly just say how I got in, who I am at the core. My background is in TV and radio production. I went to school for it, worked in the media in Kenya, and then I also went to school for business and worked. I've been in business right now, working in business for about 15 years. I started photography about 15 years ago. That was not my main form of communication. It used to be video, or audio. But then I took on photography because that was what was available to me at that point. And I started learning, and that's how I am here today. Until the NFT space, I had not sold my work. I used to just take pictures. I don't know, like I felt compelled, and I'd just wake up and go to tell stories. So I'd find stories and record them. So I have bodies of work over years, over time, that I've been collecting, and I didn't know why I was doing this until when I joined the NFT space in May 2021. Then it made sense, because now I have a place to showcase, to tell stories, to document, and that's what I'll be talking about today, is mainly the use cases of the NFT space as a photographer. And so during the pandemic in 2020, I joined the Black Women Photographers community. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It is a database with all these Black women photographers all over the world listed. So if you're being intentional about representation and diversity, and you want to hire a Black woman as a photographer, you can look into that database, and wherever you are in the world, you can find a Black woman and you can support them. So if you want to know more about that, let me know and I'll hook you up. And then, so while I was in that group, there were two ladies who came in one-to-one in one of the Zoom meetings, and were like, we know something. We've heard about this space called the NFT space, and this is what happened. So they like put up a video for us to learn. They did some research on their own, and they came and told us and told us to do your own research. I know that at that point that was such a big word, and it's still very important right now. For anything I say, don't take it as gospel. This is just my experience. You'll need to take some time to go and do your own research. If you're hearing words that are new to you, write them down. Google is your friend, and other resources that can help you make informed decisions whenever you're doing whatever in the space, because this is your identity, this is your legacy, this is your everything. It's very important that you do it right, and take your time and learn for yourself. So I might say what I'm saying, but that's because I've experienced it and I've studied or learned from my experience here. But I'd like to encourage you to take the power back to you. Don't just listen to people. Take the power on and learn for yourself from what you're hearing. So do your own research is a big thing. And that, at that time in 2021, photography was not considered that valuable. And so what we saw were just digital art pieces. And so we had to kind of show up and make a stand that photography should be considered an art form. And it was not until I think it was like sometime last year, and I'm sorry I didn't check this when exactly, sometime last year, one of the major platforms, you may have heard of OpenSea, actually added a tab on their platform for photographers. It was not there before, so you couldn't search for photography. And that was such a big win in the space, because then it kind of validated our presence in the space as photographers. And so the rest is history. I am here now speaking in front of people. Oh my God. And yeah, next slide, please. So when I came in, I came to make money. I was told it was a place to, like, when you put your art in there, you sell and it's big money. So I jumped in head first, and there was no looking. Actually, I thought I was joining a cult. The way it sounded, oh my goodness. It was too good to be true. But at that point, I was so desperate, I was so desperate that, oh shit, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I was so desperate that I wanted to make money. So I just jumped in, and I've lost my trail of thought, and I'm sorry again. But we can move to the next slide. So the use cases of the NFT space, and I'll just go through this quickly. So I found when I came for the money, it was not a sustainable plan, because you cannot guarantee that people will buy your work. So I've had to find over time other uses of and learning about the technology, other use cases of the space that will make my work have more roots, deeper roots in the space, and also gives me more value in how I show up. So I'm not just there for the money. So my work now it's extended further than just money. And so, like, for now, one of the reasons is to fund my personal projects. So I allocate some collections that I do, and I know that this is for my personal thing. Like, even to come to this trip, I put up work knowing that if I sell, it'll fund this trip. And the NFT NYC trip, I'll be speaking there also. I'll need that sustenance. So next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. And then, okay, so photography is funding humanitarian causes. So this particular project is a friend of mine and who comes to one of the spaces, and he sold his picture, the top. Actually, I actually collected the top one. That's why I can use it. And they are giving, he's giving to an organization in Kenya that supplies sanitary products to women and young girls who do not have access to that. And this is NFT photography that's funding that. So next slide, please. Then photography is funding conservation efforts. This is my project. I was able to put up the big five, sold that 50% of the sales went to conservation of orphaned elephants, and also to protect and preserve the last two northern white rhinos that are left on the planet. There are only two. And there's a project that is, yes, and there are only two northern whites. There are southern whites, but the northern whites are like, it's in a bad state. So there are only two females, and they're doing in vitro fertilization right now. There's a whole project doing it to try and preserve that species because it's going extinct. So this project I was able to give money towards that project, and I'll still be doing more because I have more photography of the rhinos so that I can sell and send to them. They can keep that going. Next slide, please. Photography is funding storytelling. Thank God, because you know what, I'm a storyteller, and this is my life. But also, it's a way to document culture and tradition. And like this particular story at the bottom is of a gentleman who's 106 years old. He's the last person in his village at that age. His age mates are all gone, but he's the last person with a history of that area, the history of the many families there, and they're able to come to him and ask the questions. Like even the elders are bowing down to him. Like those are elders who we would be bowing to. They're bowing to him because he's so old. That is my grandfather. And I actually spoke to him 2 days ago. He was telling me, he was asking whether it's raining in Pittsburgh. That's his first question. Is it raining? So like those stories, we're able to keep the story of the custodian because he's the custodian of all the stories of his area. And the other picture is called The Hands of Time. That's the essence of that particular picture is whose hands have helped tell your story, like where your roots run, whose hands have raised you. And I invite, and this is my work too, I invite anyone who reads the work to check back with themselves. So it's not just me telling you, what about your family? Like I invite you to look back in your family and see whose hands do you need to acknowledge as those that have helped raise you. The one on the left is my mom, and this guy is my grandfather. That is my dad's, my mom's dad. So you can see how the veins are the same, their hands are very similar, the lines are very similar. And you're seeing two hands for two people, but there's the third person who is a photographer, and that's me. And my hands are also part of that story. So this is what NFTs are doing. We're able to keep storytelling and document legacy.
Tonight, okay? I'm really excited about this individual that's coming to the stage. One of the things that we wanted to show in this conference is that the women are in everything when it comes to blockchain. We're performing, we're artists, we are educators, pioneers all over the space. And when this wonderful individual was introduced to us and give it the opportunity to be able to feature an artist that's actually a performer in this space, it was like a dream come true, because one of the things that we wanted to do is support local artists that are in the NFT space. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Alex Purdy.
Thank you, Alika. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about all the blockchain stuff.